episodes, the best interviews, track vlogs, tons of racing discussion, every Tuesday night on Going Bracket Racing Live.
You got something you want to get off your chest? Well, say it loud and proud. Come on the Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel page. Go ahead and say it to everybody. Everybody's opinion's welcome here.
Drag racing is the best sport there is. We all need to get on the same team, and let's make drag racing big.
GBR started live streaming, man, and it's awesome. It's kind of challenging, but thanks to Motor Mania, you know how they do. They're the one who paved the way for this anyway.
See, George, this is why I really like doing these interviews, man. It's because you actually get to see a side of somebody that you wouldn't see at the track. You get a lot of insight and a lot of little secrets here and there every once in a while.
It's the biggest race of all, Casey. Back in St. Louis as well. The OG Million is going to be excellent in 2024. If you want to race for life-changing money, you got to go there.
Man, there's a great comment in the chat right now. That's exactly what I wanted to say next. I hope that these organizations are paying attention right now because this is the exact type of idea that can make bracket racing great.
Can't be a good episode of Live from the 8th Mile. Grab something cold out of the cooler and sit down with us as we discuss what's going on generally in the later rounds, Casey. So that's a pretty fun event that we had there.
This isn't the George and Casey show, man. This is the reason we have the chat. This is the reason it's live. We want to get everybody involved so everybody's voice gets heard. We want to make bracket racing, drag racing, every sort of motorsports. We want to all band together and make everything what it used to be. Subscribe to Going Bracket Racing on YouTube, Facebook, and wherever you find your podcasts to get the latest and greatest.
No box, round number 1. You have been called and you should be in the staging lanes at this time. No box, round number 1. You should be here. Well, we have a quiet second here. If anyone is missing a glove, there's one that's been turned in at registration. It was found on the return road. If anyone's missing a glove, we got it at registration for you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to main event, day number last, Saturday, here on a beautiful 4th of July at XRP, Texas, USA. As we get things ready to kick off to seal the weekend on what's been an absolutely fantastic time all around. We come together, there's a lot of things that might try to keep us apart, but one thing that always keeps us together is the love for this great sport. And to kick things off the right way like we always do, please stand if you're able and remove your covers for our invocation by Mr. John Vandermeer, followed by our nation's national anthem. Thank you, John. Fantastic as always. As we get ready to roll round number 1 of No Box around the corner, they'll be coming around here in just a second. Go ahead and make this a final call for No Box round number 1, and we'll have them rolling at you here very shortly. The racers, obviously, as we move through today's activities, I know it is the last day here, but our Carter Maxwell, Goodyear, and Mickey Thompson guys are still set up down there just past the pit side grandstands. If you need a set of slicks on any of your race cars and want to save on shipping and lead time and all that, you can go ahead and pick them up here and take them with you. Carter Maxwell, Goodyear, and Mickey Thompson still open, waiting to take care of you just past the pit side grandstands. No box will be around shortly, and we'll get this thing rolling. Once again, racers, get back to your cars, get suited up, get ready to go, as we are ready to pull you under the suites to kick off round number 1. No box racers in the staging lanes. If you've ventured away from your vehicle, now would be the time to return to your vehicle. We are ready to pull you out to get this thing rolling. Round number 1, first pair pulls into the water to get things kicked off on day number last. It is Saturday morning at Xtreme Raceway Park, 88 degrees, 65% humidity. A corrected altitude of just north of 3,300 feet. The starting line sitting at a cool 118 degrees, and we're ready to go racing. Emma Powell and Rocky G to kick us off for the no box 2-grander. 779 the dial in for Emma out of Commerce. Rocky will line up in the Maverick on the right side of the racetrack, dial 648, as they find the pre-stage beams and roll them in. For the last time this weekend, y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go racing. Away we go, clean and green. One of them's a whole lot greener than the other one. And Rocky G ought to have this handled, and does. 692 on a 648 dial-in, coasting through. It was 54 on this end. Emma was late and way above the dial-in, because I think they still try to get that car figured out. And unfortunately, this was not the round that they got that car figured out. Max McLaughlin and Greg Akers up next. Greg on the right. He dials 7 flat. Mad Max on the left. He dials 610. I'll make you a deal, Max. If you're better than 20 here, I won't call you Super Duck for the rest of the day. Bet? I get to continue to call Max Super Duck, but he is going to get out of round number 1. 608 on a 610 dial-in after a 043 bulb. Greg kicks her red by 24 thousandths of a second and goes 13 thou above the dial-in. Derek Patton and Greg Swift. Dirty D on the left. He dials 647. Swift on the right. In the S10, dials 637. Six thou separate them on this end. Advantage goes to the way of the truck, but the wind light will illuminate for the Ford Maverick of Derek Patton. 26 green, 651 on a 647 dial-in, gets him 400ths worth of finish line. Swift 20 on this end, 646 on a 637, as they're both way above the dial-in. But either way, Derek moves on. Tim Stuckey, Kevin Goss on track now. Goss on the right, dial 679. Stuckey on the left will dial in at 625. Red light start, Kevin Goss. By a lot. Tim Stuckey, 45 green, 627 on a 625 dial in. Goss, after leaving yesterday, goes 668 on a 679. ready to get there on both ends. Your next pair rolls up through the water. Daryl Sorey and Drew Porsche on track now. Porsche on the right dials 609. Sorey on the left out of Midland dials 588. The full-size truck versus the not full-size truck. They're green. Fourth out advantage Porsche has in his pocket. Winlight Porsche. 29 green and 611 on a 609 is good enough to get there first by 16 thousandths of a second. Sorry, 33 green, 591 on a 588. 34 thou above and 16 thou behind. Jerry Simmental and Cody Garrett up next. Hey, attention to the pit. Super Pro Door Car. Round number 1. We'll take you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro Door Car. Round number 1. We need you to the staging lanes. Simmental dials 730 on the left side of the racetrack. Garrett dials 637 on the right. As off goes Jerry, and here comes Cody. My goodness. Cody is very, very red, and Jerry is very, very green. And the lesser of the two evils would be very, very green. Jerry goes 720 on a 730. He's a 10th under. Cody leaves last night and goes 638 on 637. And he'll be headed to the ladies' lounge to procure a buyback. Lucas Thomas, Sheila Day up next. Sheila in the Camaro, dial 639. Thomas in the truck on the left side of the racetrack, dial 616. And like we said, just like yesterday, buybacks are available. Here on Saturday, we'll run the re-entry round following round number 1. Off goes Sheila. Here comes Lucas. Big time reaction advantage goes to Sheila Day. And Sheila Day lives to fight another day. 004 green, 640 on a 639. She's 19th out above the dial in. Thomas was late on this end and under by 9 thou on that end. No help. Christian Foster and James Asbill up next. Foster in the left in the Mustang, dials 850. Asbill on the right in the Camaro, dials 620. And Christian's car did not stay still in the stage beams. He rolls through. Asbill moves on. 621 on a 620. Chad Sandlin, Jeremy Heffler. Up next. Sandlin on the left, dials 617. Jeremy Heffler on the right, dials 598. Green light's a pair, 1 thou. Separate them up front. Wind light says Sandlin. 36 green, 619 on a 617 dial in. Heffler 35 green, but 32 thou worth of finish line leaves him 7 thou under the dial in. As he would have had to take 25 or less. And he did not. Sandlin to advance. Rodolfo Cepeda Jr., left side. Dials in 697. Joe De La Garza on the right. Dials a 586. Once again, Super Pro Door Car, round number 1. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro Door Car, round number 1. We need you, and we need you now. Red light start. Joe, win light, Rodolfo. 38 green, 701 on a 697. Joe was 588, 2 above 3 following the 011 red bulb on this end of the racetrack. Guillermo T. Arena and Austin Williams. Up next. A-Dub on the right in the Brat. Like Chris Galletti said yesterday, because we totally see those all the time. Strange side of the racetrack, dials in 594. That makes sense. A Subaru Brat in the strange lane. Guillermo T. Arena left side. In the Fox body, dials in at 617. Guillermo's red by a chunk. A-Dub is moving on. He's 003 red behind him, but that's a whole lot less red than Guillermo was. 593 on a 594. He's 9 under the dial-in to move on. Jimmy Karanik, Richie Powers. On track now. Karanik on the left. Cibolo, Texas, where the Mopar gets parked when it's not at a racetrack. 691 his dial in. Richie Powers right side dial 670. Red light star Richie by 008. Karanik moves on 63 green. 694 and a 691 dial in. Powers. Tell me if you've heard this before. 008 red and dead on 4. Well, got the car dialed good for the buyback round. At least there's that. Daryl Patton, Casey Ball on track now. Ball on the motorcycle. As always, 605 his dial in. And Daryl Patton. The Highlands, Texas base Ford Maverick left side dials 583.
I was so mentally tired.
13th out separate him. Advantage ball, and the win light will also go to the motorcycle of Casey Ball. 23 green, 606, 1 above 4 to light up the board. Daryl Patton, 36 green, take 0008 to be 0001 under. Had to take 7/10,000ths of a second or less, and I don't care what's in the other lane. I'm not taking 7/10,000ths or less on purpose. Ball moves on. Vince Hernandez, Hayden Pennington up now. Pennington on the right, dial 659. Hernandez on the left, dial 696. Once again, attention in the pits. We are waiting on door cars. Super Pro door cars, we need you to the lanes as Vince Hernandez successfully gets out of round number 1. 33 green, 7 flat on a 696 dial in as Hayden Pennington missed the tree on this end. Puts a dead 5 on that end and is still 32 thou short of a victory. Super Pro door car, you have been called and you should be in the staging lane. Super Pro door cars, you have been called and you should be in the staging lanes at this time. John Singleton, Justin Cervantes up next. John out of Weatherford, left side of the racetrack, dial 644. Cervantes on the right, from right down the road in Ennis, dials in at 601. Two hundredths of a second the difference on this end. Advantage Singleton, win light John Singleton. Singleton 644 dead on 4, gets there first by 27/1000ths of a second after an 014 reaction time. Cervantes 34 on this end, and not a whole lot he could do with that. 602 on a 601 dial in. Gabriel Hernandez and Jake Howard will square off next. Hernandez fills trailer sales side of the racetrack, dial 760. And Jake Howard Out of Princeton, dials in at 6:30. Red light start Gabriel by 24th out. Jake Howard was not taking anything for chance this morning. 003 dead on 6 to be 9 total. Well, all right, Jake. We were talking last night and saying he couldn't buy a round. You don't have to try to buy many rounds when you're 9 total. Gerald Henderson will take the buy run this morning in no box. 587 the number on the scoreboard. And he's going to be really glad he had a buy run this morning because he is 0.1 something green. 588 on a 587. 11th thou above. And here come the top bulb cars. Super Pro door cars rolling through the water. Making this your final call for Super Pro door car. Final call door cars. You should all be here as we are running you right now. Jimmy Yarborough and Bob Galletti will kick us off. Galletti, right side of the racetrack, Tomball, Texas, dials 599. And Jimmy Yarborough out of Santa Fe. Opposite sides of Houston, if you will. Left side dials 512. Bob should really have no problem with this one, and it is not. 15 green and 606 on a 599, taking half a second of the finish line. Jimmy was very late and very above. Might have had some issues from end to end on that one. Billy Talbot, Chad Hankins up next. Talbot on the left dial 6 flat. Hankins on the right dial is 540 once again. Re-entries are available. Buybacks, second chances, last hopes, whatever you want to call them. The walk of shame is what I always like to call it. Win light here is going to go to Chad Hankins, though. 007, 1 above 4. Getting there first by 5 thousandths of a second. Talbot, 15 green, 1 above 1. But not quite enough. And Billy is going to need to head to the ladies' lounge if he wants to continue his campaign on a Saturday. But yeah, buybacks are available for our main events. Later on today, we'll have another duck race like we had yesterday. There are still many, many chances for success here at the Pennington Bros Super Bucks Showdown. Russell Fields and Aaron Jones. Fields is moving on by way of a double red light. Jones 008 red, Fields 007 red to advance. 584.4, 6 thou under the dial in for Russell Fields. As Bobby Mendez and Cliff Lovelace approach the pre-stage beams. Mendez on the left dials 543. Lovelace on the right, he dials in 590. Red light for Mendez by 5 thou. One light for Lovelace, 004 green, 589.5 on a 590 dial in. So yeah, buybacks are available at the ladies' lounge. We'll run the re-entry round immediately. At least I think immediately, following round number 1 of our main events. Of course, just a little bit later on today, we'll have our Junior Dragster 300 to win Sportsman, 1,000 to win Junior Modified. I think we're going to give them one more time run before that. We'll keep y'all posted when that's going to take place. But right now we are in round number 1 of Super Pro Door Car. And if you're in a Super Pro Door Car and have not made your way to the lanes, you are oh so very late. Gilbert Sanchez, Brandon Caples on the racetrack. Sanchez is going to go red by 9 thou. Caples is going to go to round number 2 by way of a 015 bowl. And a 459 on a 456. He's 32 thou above the dial in. Absolute last and final call, Super Pro Door Cars. Absolute final call, Super Pro Door Cars. If you're not here, get here like right now. Leroy O'Brien, Travis Barnett up next. Barnett, right side in the Firebird out of Rayville, Louisiana. Dials in 480. Leroy O'Brien, left side, San Antonio, Texas. Dials in 656, 3 thou. The difference on up front. Wind light says Travis Barnett. 009 green, 679.9. He's under by 1 thou. And that's under by less. O'Brien, 12 green, take 3 thou worth of finish line to be 7 thou under, as he would have had to get behind to make that one work out. Melvin Goss and Rodney Parks on track now. Melvin left side, the Caddo Mills contestant, dials in 560. Rodney on the right, he dials 528. Thou advantage goes Melvin Goss's way. Wind light, Melvin Goss. 010 green and 561, one above 2. Gets him 36 thou worth of finish line. Rodney Parks, 28 on this end. 300 above even on that end is not going to illuminate the top of the strange scoreboard. Max McLaughlin and Stephen Hughes on track now. Steve-O, right side of the equation out of Pasadena, dials 550. And Super Duck, left side, dial 607. Well, I'm really glad I didn't make that bet with Max in his Super Pro entry. Win light here is going to go to Mad Max. 003 green, 607, dead on 1. 4 total. And I think that one might have been a little personal. Wonder if he went back and watched the live feed. Did I upset Max? I certainly hope not. Nah, I don't really care. Max, your winner. 4 total. Stephen Hughes, 11 green, 549. He is 4 thou under and ineligible, as he was still 3 thou behind. Chase Huffman and Eli Barnett up now. Huffman on the left, dial 625 in the Chevy twice. Barnett on the right, dial 609. Red light start Chase Huffman by a dime. Barnett 004 green and 605 on a 609 dial and 36 thou under. Wayne Pratt and Joe Noonke. Joe on the right in the Roadster, dials 534. Wayne on the left in the Camaro, dials 592. Three thou advantage goes Wayne's way. Win light, Wayne Pratt. 17 green, 593, 6, 16 thou above the dial in. Noonke, 20 green, gets there first by 18 thou to be 6 thou under. Had to take 12 or less. That will send Wayne Pratt to round number 2. Carlos Carrasco and Chris Pope. Carlos on the left in the Firebird out of San Antone, dials 679. Chris on the right. The Lubbock base 72 Chevelle. As away we go. Win like Chris Pope, 15 green, 608 on a 603, 57th thou above. Taking a 7th thou stripe. Carrasco was late and 681 on a 679 certainly did not help the cause, as he'll need to head down to the ladies' lounge. Because we've come this far. At this point, you got to make another pass down the racetrack. At least one. You just got to. Keith Richards and Dennis Lithgow. On track now. Richards out of Michigan. Dials 646. Lithgow out of Mansfield, Texas. Dials 487. Five thou, the difference on this end. And the win light is going to go to the fly-in guy from Michigan. Keith Richards, 12 green, 648 on a 646 dial-in, 23 thou above. Lithgow is 17 on this end. Takes 19 thou to be 1 thou under. Had to take 18 or less. And 19 is greater than 18. Jarrett Lofton, Jay Bunce. Up now. Bunce right side of the racetrack, the Piedmont, Oklahoma Chevy wagon. Dial 605. And Jarrett Lofton out of Groveton. Dial 604. Red light J by 004. Jarrett moving on. 005 and 1 above 7 on essentially a time trial. As that will bring up John Helfrich and Cameron Green. John on the left dials 563. Cameron on the right dials 594. Two thou advantage goes to John Helfrich. Win light goes to John Helfrich. 13 green, 563, dead 316 total. Gets there first by 11 thou. Cameron Green was 015 on this end. Had to be dead 0 to have a shot, and he was 1 above 2 as Rick Huffman and Leonard Greathouse approach the starting line. And I am going to relinquish control of the microphone and go get a race car ready, because somehow I have found a ride for the day. We're not going to question the intelligence of that decision. But here we are. Huffman and Greathouse on the starting line. David Ratton on the microphone.
Tower side with a wind light, 607 at 109.9 miles an hour. Held 1.5. The starting line goes exactly the same margin at the finish line to advance.
Everyone is at the racetrack because David Broadnax is at the starting line. 664 the dial in for that famous Rampage Mopar on the tower side of the racetrack in the Phil's trailer sales lane. Larry Harrison from Fort Worth, Texas, repping TCU in that first generation Camaro on the spectator side. 1 second head start and a win light. 1 over 665 at 102 miles an hour for Broadnax. Harrison 66 with a 9.2 over at 564 dial in. Runs 114.8 down that right side of the racetrack. Not enough. Once again, if you do not get a win light in your first round matchup, we do have the opportunity for you to go to the Ladies Lounge, pick yourself up a Rut Row ticket or a buyback, re-entry, and you can stay and play some more. Brian Self, Durant, Oklahoma, Tower Side. Crater-powered extended cab S10 truck, dialed 523. Brian Harris, 566, dial in. Got some really good reaction times to report on. Tower Side Trip Zip 2 and a 1 over 24 with an 8, 126.6 miles an hour. Self gets the win. Brian Harris goes 567, 1 over with an 8, 122.7 miles an hour. Not quite enough to catch up. However, that 009 on the tree, not a bad way to start. Just runs up against a Trip Zip. Trent Wilson and Jason McFarland next at the starting line. Jason over on the right side comes to us from Azle, Texas with a Vega hatchback dialed at 541. Going to be doing the chasing as Trent Wilson is on the Tower side, dialed at 618 in a Gen 1 Camaro. Red light on the right side puts a wind light on the left side. McFarland 15 10,000s too quick. Goes dead on with a 3. There's that continuing trend. And Trent Wilson goes 617. Little under, but the wind light was already on. Clark Humphrey comes to us today. First day of racing here in the Super Bucks Showdown. He's got his Camaro dialed at 569 and lines up in the Strange Engineering lane. Casey Swift going to go first. Got a 647 dialed into the Maverick. On the Tower side, we got green lights on both sides, and here they go. Chevy versus Ford, and the bow tie gets there first. 571 over at 120 miles an hour. Takes 46 10,000s at the stripe. And it winds up being good for the win. Casey Swift had a starting line advantage, but goes 2 over with a 9. Comes up just a little bit short. Heath Phillips and James Cooks next at the starting line. Denton, Texas, home for the Gen 3 Chevrolet Camaro of James Cooks, dialed at 535. Heath Phillips from Scurry, Texas, in that blue S10 truck. Lines up in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco Lane, puts a 623 dial in on it. $8,800's head start for the truck. Nice wheels up launch. Trussart says just a little early. 24 10,000s too quick. Heath Phillips turns on a red light, and James Cooks, the beneficiary of that red light, will advance a 1 over 536 at 130 miles an hour. Cooks 16 on the tree. Ethan Marr from Corsicana brings that 69 Yenko Camaro to the starting line. 550 the dial in. 1/100th head start against Dan Baines' 68 Camaro. Dan's got it dialed at 549. Red light for the Seatown Camaro, so the Ruidoso, New Mexico Camaro is going to advance to the second round of competition. Dead 9 at 125.45 miles an hour. Score 1 for Bain. Ethan's going to get a Rut Road ticket. All right, Eric Patton on the Tower side of the racetrack brings that beautiful Maverick to the starting line. Going to go first down the racetrack with a 643 dialed in. Chris Galidia from Tomball, northwest side of Houston, Texas. 505 the dial in for the Chevy Nova. In the Strange lane, Red light tower side for the Maverick. 14 red, 644, one over. 506, one over with a 6, 136.8 miles an hour, and a wind light for Chris Galitti. Next up, going to be the Chevy Nova wagon and the Geo Tracker. Jeremy Heffler's got the tracker dialed at 597. Going to spot 31 100s to Wendy McFarland in that 65 Chevy 2 wagon representing Team Long Roof. Nice long wheel stand too. Green lights on both sides of the racetrack and a wind light in the strange lane as Jeremy Heffler has plenty to go around. Wendy McFarland with some kind of a malfunction at the starting line. Not the reaction time we're accustomed to seeing. C3, the Corvette of Darius Campbell from Burleson, Texas, tower side of the racetrack, and 620 dialed. 800's head start against Joey Cram. Joey in a very nice blue and white first generation Camaro. .23 red for Darius Campbell. Joey Cram is going to get a wind light. 14 with a 2 over at 117 miles an hour. Darius goes 619, goes just a little bit under, but he was just a little quick on the trigger. 23 red, and gets the chance to go to the ladies' lounge for a buyback ticket. Next up, going to be a team out of San Angelo, Texas, with a beautiful roadster on that right side. Morris Hopkins has got it dialed at 578, taking on Greg Swift. Greg's got that second generation S10 truck in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco Lane. 635 the dial for Swift. It is Saturday morning and the 4th of July. It's 89 degrees. That means we've only got 12 more to go to reach that forecast high. That means stay hydrated. If you have any questions about whether or not you're consuming enough water and electrolytes, you're not. Go grab another one. Four bulbs lit. AccuTime says let's roll. And we roll. Advantage to the strange side, and the wind light goes there as well. 582 over with a 6, 116.5 miles an hour. And a wind light for Morris Hopkins. 634, just a little under for Greg Swift. Did make it to the finish line first, but got there too quick. 7 thousandths under the dial. Puts a wind light on the right side. Maverick Roselle from Omaha, Texas, tower side, and a 603 dialed into the truck. John Boy Blankenship brings that familiar Chevy Nova to the starting line. Dials 535 and collects another wind light. 536, 128.06 miles an hour. 009 on the Christmas tree. 603 dead 7 for Roselle. Showing great progress in that Chevy Love truck. Running right on the money. 1957, the vintage of the Chevrolet that you see on the right side of this racetrack in the strange engineering lane. That's Doug Lawrence from Kemp, Texas. 585 the dial in. Going to spot Old Lucky, the 69 Camaro of Andre Rodriguez. Hey, dragsters, I'm looking for you in 5 and 6, please. Dragsters to lanes 5 and 6. Round number 1, Super Pro dragsters. Lanes 5 and 6, if you please. Weller Lucky having a little trouble. Rolls up and turns on that top bulb. Follows through with a stage light. Got green light on the left. No, we got a red light on the left. 8/10,000ths red. Ouchie, wow, that one hurt. 642 under with 105 mile per hour terminal velocity. 582, good for a win. 123.9 miles an hour in the 57 Chevy of Doug Lawrence. And so we are going to bring you 20 cents worth, a pair of dimes at the starting line. Kaylee Phillips from Scurry, Texas, on the left side of the racetrack and going first. 664 the dial in. Gets a 6,200s head start against Colton Wheeler in the white Gen 2 S10 from Wichita, Kansas. Wheeler wastes no time turning on that top bulb. Kaylee Phillips is bringing it forward, top bulb lit. Dragsters, lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro Dragsters, lanes 5 and 6. Lights are green on both sides. Reaction times are oh so close, and the wind light is on the strange side. 6:02, dead 6. 112.5 miles an hour, 20 total on that side. Good for the win, a margin of 2/10,000ths for Colton Wheeler in that battle of the S-Dimes. Dead on with a 9 on the left side, 101.97 miles an hour. Almost. Darrell Patton, Highlands, Texas, 1971 Ford Maverick, tower side of the racetrack. It's 582 the dial in. Ty Farmer's got a Chevy Nova on the spectator side of the racetrack in that ProTech inspection lane. 642 the dial in for the Nova. Tower side with the win. Darrell Patton, 582, dead 6 at 115 miles an hour. Takes 52/10,000ths at the finish line. That's enough for the win. Ty Farmer dead on with a 5, but gave up just a tiny bit at the starting line, and it was enough. Most of the time in these bracket races like this, margins are extremely tight at the finish line. Rodolfo Cepeda Jr., Hidalgo, Texas, home for the S10 truck on the tower side of the racetrack, but unfortunately carrying home another red light start. So Bruce White in the T1000 had a great day yesterday, so to speak. 673, dead on with a 5 at 107.5 miles an hour. So White in the red, white, and blue Pontiac, throw in a little primer there too, gets another win. Wes Lofton, Groveton, Texas, tower side of the racetrack with the Tiger striped Chevy Nova, has a 548 dialed in that Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. Jonathan Hernandez on the right side is going first with a 621 dialed into that beautiful Roadster. Happy to welcome our race fans at Going Bracket Racing. Windlight Tower side, West Lofton 549, 1 over at 118 miles an hour. 623, that was 2 over on the right side. Little bit of disadvantage at the starting line, a little bit more over the dial in. That gives the wind light to Wes Lofton. He'll take it and run to round number 2. Guillermo Tiarina, Hidalgo, Texas, tower side in a Fox body Mustang, dialed at 618. Going to be doing the chasing is Dennis Thomas from Wichita, Kansas, brings another one of those S10 trucks to the starting line. 633 the dial for Thomas. Nice wheel stand for Dennis Thomas in the truck. He's 004 on the tree, 007 red on the left side for Guillermo. 616 runs a little quick on the ET2, but it was already over. But the Sheldon 634, 1 over with an 8, 106 miles an hour, and a wind light for Dennis Thomas. Justin Endicott on the spectator side of the racetrack in the strange engineering lane brings a beautiful 1956 Chevy to the starting line, dialed at 606. Going to be doing the pursuing down that right side lane, trying to catch up with Gabriel Hernandez. Gabriel out of San Antonio has got the step side truck, dialed at 757. So a little brief staging duel comes to an end, and the green lights are on both sides of the racetrack. And you look at the time slip and you're not sure what that was all about, as we got a breakout, double breakout situation. Hernandez breaks out more, breaks out 500s. Endicott breaks out 200s. That puts a win light in Justin's lane, and he'll move on. Buybacks are available if you don't have it go your way in your first round matchup of any class except ducks, and we're not there yet. You can get that Rut Row ticket at the Pavilion, also known as the Ladies Lounge. You want to get familiar with that place because that's where the payout is made as well. Vince Hernandez with the green light. Shea with the green light. And at the top end of the racetrack, the win lights on the tower side. Hernandez 692, dead on with a 5. Good for the win at 96 miles an hour. Breakout on the right side for Porsche. 609 on a 611 dial. Gave up 2 at the starting line, tried to recover. Does get to the finish line first, but breaks out and forfeits the round. 20 cents more. Chad Sandlin right side, Jake Howard left side. 630 and 615. Sandlin quickens the dial from yesterday. Jake ran dead on his previous pass, so just like you and I would do, he sticks right with that 630. Rolling, 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 waving at the crowd on the right side does Chad Sandlin. Green lights on both sides and a win light on the left. Jake Howard, 630, goes dead too with a 006 on the tree. 8 total. Day starting off pretty cotton picking good for Jake Howard. Chad Sandlin goes 1 over a 16. A 616 on a 615, that's 1 over with a 5. 111 miles an hour, just not enough. AW with the Brat takes the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane, puts a 594 dial in on that don't see very many of them race car. Going to give Casey Baugh 500's head start. Casey doing the 2-wheel thing after a successful outing yesterday. Brings it back for a little more, maybe a lot more. Well, if it's going to be a lot more, it's going to be after the Rut Row ticket is purchased at the Ladies Lounge. He goes 597 under at 117 miles an hour. AW also under, but his win light was already on. So Williams in the Brat is going to be in round number 2 faux show. And our next pair getting ready to go, Justin Cervantes in the G-Body, tower side of the racetrack, taking on Lucas Thomas. Lucas had us already having a good weekend. Both days, in fact. Got that S10 from Mount Pleasant dialed at 614. Justin is dialed at 602. Fire goes out. Starter's got the watch. He's watching, counting that 60 seconds. Lucas Thomas waiting at the starting line. Hopefully for Justin and his team. Nope. Not going to be able to fire. So it'll be a competition by run and an automatic win light for Lucas Thomas as the truck going to win another round. Super Pro Dragsters, if you're not in the staging lanes, it is definitely time to be there. Super Pro Dragsters. You're coming up next. In fact, you're coming up now. So if you're not in the staging lanes, come on. Lucas Thomas, 6:15, one over at 111 miles an hour on the bye run. And we'll waste no time waking up the neighbors as we have got the first pair of dragsters having made their burnouts and making their way back up for their first date with destiny. Ron Scott from Watauga, 4:04 the dial in. Now you'll see 4:0 dial ins in a Super Pro race on occasion, not very many times. I have seen 3-second dial-ins, but only one car and only one day. Jennifer Johnson, Terrell, Texas, Tower Side, inverts that 04, dials it at 440. Ron Scott, Jennifer Johnson ready to go racing. And the win line is in the strange lane. Both cars over. Jennifer 6 over at 446. Ron 2 over at 406. 166 miles an hour and a win light. Jennifer held 1 at the starting line, but it all evaporated in this July 4th heat. And Ron Scott puts a win light on the record and will be back for round number 2. JJ will also be back for round 2, most likely picking up a rut row ticket from the ladies' lounge. Racy J.C. Jones from Maybank is coming up next on the tower side of the racetrack in the Wills Point Chevrolet lane. Taking on Luke Johns from Floresville. Dragster on the right side is going to get a win as Racy J.C. goes red. 463 at 147, but 15 red hands that win light to Luke Johns. Johns goes dead on with A2. It's a 20 total run at 160 miles an hour. Luke Johns gets that, earns that right to a race in round number 2. JC probably visiting the ladies' lounge. Kurt Harvey from Greenville, Texas. Tower side 489, the dial in, going to be taking that Rafter P car down the racetrack first. Dialed a little quicker than Crew Garrett in the Ratliff, Oklahoma car. Crew's got it dialed at 464, quarter of a second quicker than Kurt's car. Got green lights on both sides this time. And Kurt Harvey's going to turn the win light on in the Wills Point Chevrolet lane. 489 dead 5 for a 25 total package, 139 miles an hour and a win light. Crew goes 63 on a 64, breaks out a little bit. But Kurt was already at the finish line by 33 10,000ths. Landon Martinez from Dickinson, Texas, and Tony Kotzer from Falls City. Next to the starting line, Tony K on the right side going first, down at 497. That is a 2200s head start against the 475 dial for Landon Martinez. Red for Martinez, so the win light's on the right side. Tony Kotzer, 498, 138.7 miles an hour. Next up, Little Rock. Rocky McLean II from Fort Worth, America, has a dial in of 461 in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco Lane. Going to be doing some chasing as Neil Sherry's dialed at 485 in the dragster from Celeste in the Strange Lane. Put a win light in the Strange Lane, 484 in a double breakout affair. Sherry breaks out 12 10,000ths, much less than Rocky broke out. So send Rocky to the ladies' lounge for a rut row ticket. And Neil Sherry going to advance, 484, 142 miles an hour. 008 on the tree. Coy Collier, Bossier City, Tower Side, dialed at 458. Taking on Bryson Parks. Bryson in the dragster with a 469 dial in today. Going first by 11 hundredths. Across the finish line, win lights on the tower side, 458 dead on with a 1. 51 total there. 468, a breakout run for Bryson Parks. Parks held fourth the starting line, but took way too much finish line and breaks out. So Coy Collier is going to advance into round number 2, and Parks gets a chance to visit the ladies' lounge. Paul Smith, Tomball, Texas, Tower Side 510, the dial in. Bart Nelson from LaPorte on the right side of the center stripe, dialed at 453. The light is red. Rojo in the Strange Lane, 452 with a red light, 510 dead on with a 0, so that makes 27 total. 027 green on the top. Steve Collier going to be the next dragster in the tower side lane, dialed at 459. Got Tony Livingood from Kempner on the right side, dialed at 484. Here we go. Green lights both sides. And a win light in the Strange Lane, 486. 2 over at 142. Also 2 over was Steve Collier, 142.9 miles an hour. 002 on the Christmas tree for Tony Livingood. Got it done. Held 2 at the start, holds 2 at the finish, and takes that win. Chad Branham, Caddo Mills, Texas. Rafter P Construction supported dragster, takes that tower side lane, puts a 477 dial in on it. Going to be the rabbit in this pair. Vince Taylor going to be the hound with a 470 dialed into the dragster from Red Oak in the ProTech inspection lane. Lots of racing this 4th of July weekend as the Pennington brothers bring you the Super Bucks Showdown presented by Carter Maxwell. Green lights a pair, and at the finish line, win light in the Strange Lane. Oh my, 474 over at 142.7 miles an hour, 004 on the tree, and 4 over on the dial, still gets there first by 95 10,000ths. So Branham goes dead on with an 8, but gave up 5 at the starting line, and Vince Taylor uses that to his advantage and gets the win light. Josh Herman and J.J. Russell next at the starting line. 449 and 451 your dial ins. Russell on the right going first. Very evenly matched pair of dragsters right here. Only 200ths of a second separate them at the start. 3 bulbs lit, now 4. Double O's on both sides. Going to be one heck of a matchup. Win light tower side. So Josh runs JJ's number, goes 451 at 143 to take out a 3 over 454 at 145. Josh was 002 on the tree, JJ 006. So that one started off really close, and it stayed close, just not quite as close at the finish as it was at the start, but what a race. Corey Neighbors. Corey Neighbors got a win last night. In that $20,000 race, Corey's on the tower side from Lebo, Kansas, got a dragster with a 519 dial in on it. Taking on Aaron Gibson from Idabel, Oklahoma, where the waving wheat can sure smell sweet. And that red light smelled pretty good too. Corey Neighbors goes red, so Aaron Gibson is going to advance 1 over 424 at 166. High flying miles an hour down that strange engineering lane. Corey goes 529 as the wind light was already flashing on the other side of the racetrack. Aaron Gibson with the wind light. Corey Neighbors going to make 2 $20,000 paydays in a row. Going to have to get a Rut Row ticket at the Ladies Lounge. Slate Rabina, Baytown, Texas. Next up on the tower side, got a 484 dial in. Gets to go 200ths ahead of Jared Asbill. Jared from the big country dials his dragster at 482. Put a wind light in the strange lane, 484, 141 miles an hour. Starting line advantage of 3 for Jared. Gets him across the finish line first by 2. 484 beats a 485, 141 miles an hour right side, 138 miles an hour left side. As they clear the shutdown area, the next pair comes up to the starting line. Looking for a pair of infrareds to tickle. Carson Stuckey, Claremore, Oklahoma. On the tower side of the racetrack. And Ty Pitton later takes that right side lane, dialed at 499. Pitton later gets a wind light, 5 flat, 1 over, 003 on the tree. Stuckey goes 468, 2 over at 144 miles an hour, but comes out on the short end of that stick. Attention in the pits, got a racer in need. Looking for a Magna Fuel 500 fuel pump. Justin Cervantes is in need of that. Once again, racer in need. We need a Magna Fuel 500 fuel pump. Justin Cervantes would be delighted to see you if you've got one. Leah Hughes and Kevin Wilson next to the starting line. 410 the dial for Kevin Wilson. Spots Leah Hughes 0.6 of a second in the dragster on the tower side of the track. Wilson goes red. Leah was right there at the starting line. 005 green and a 472, 147 miles an hour, but very quickly saw the wind light flash when Kevin Wilson goes red. Kevin runs it out the back, 409 at 175 high-flying miles an hour. But 12 red at the start gives Leah Hughes the pass to the next round. And the next pair come to the starting line. Carson Wheeler from Wichita, Kansas, on the right side of the center stripe in the Strange Engineering lane, has a 498 dialed in and will go first. Caden Muth from the Hill Country of Texas is on the tower side with a 444 dialed in. Green lights are on, and we got a wind light for Caden Muth. 446, 2 over at 146. 003 on the tree did not hurt Caden's cause any at all. 5 flat right side at 137 miles an hour. Gave up 1 at the start, and that was enough. Next pair, going to be Mike Crater on the tower side, taking on Brandon Justice on the spectator side of the racetrack. .434 and 493. Not quite 0.6 head start for the car on the right side. Double O reaction times for both drivers. They're on it. And Mike Crater gets it done. 001 and a 1 over 435 at 157 miles an hour gets the win light for Mike Crater. Brandon Justice goes 2 over 495 at 138 miles an hour. 008 reaction time. He was right there. Just runs up against a 001 in the other lane. That'll set you back just a little. Chris Rabina from Baytown, Texas, next up on the tower side. Put a 498 dial in on that one. There's a 497 dial in on the dragster on the right side. That's Tom Wilkinson from Leander. Red light, left side, 19 red. Tom Wilkinson's going to get the win, goes dead on with a 1. So 39 total over there, but it counts. 19 red for Chris Rabina, 498 dead on with a 5, 138 miles an hour. And the hits just keep on coming. Greg Muth from Bernie, Texas. Next up in the tower lane, Todd Robinson next up on the spectator side. 467 and 472 the dial ins, 500s head start for Robinson out of Corpus Christi over on the right side. Green lights both sides, wind light, Strange side, 475, 3 over at 134 miles an hour to a 1 over 468. You can analyze the grammar there and figure out what happened. Todd Robinson got 4 at the starting line, gives 3 back, takes 12 at the finish line for the win. Greg goes 468, 1 over at 148. Not enough. Austin Free and Dylan Lee at the starting line. Austin's on the tower side going first, dialed at 479. The verbose one, Dylan Lee, is dialed at 458 in the Strange lane. No box re-entry. I need you in the staging lanes, por favor. No box re-entry round. I need you to the staging lanes now, please. Green lights on both sides. And a wind light on the tower side. Austin Free, 479, dead 2 with a 008 reaction time. 10 total gets it done. Dylan Lee goes 4:57 with a 9.9, breaks out by 1/10,000th of a second, but he gave up 2 at the starting line, and it was over. Clint Dosser from Jacksonville, Texas, taking on Randall Reed from Commerce, Texas. 482 left side, 464 right side as the Super Pro Dragsters continue their assault on the racetrack here at Xtreme Raceway Park. Once again, I want to welcome all of our friends from around the globe watching on Going Bracket Racing. This is the Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown presented by Carter Maxwell at Xtreme Raceway Park, Ferris, Texas, Ellis County, America. Happy 4th of July. Hey, no box re-entry competitors, I need you in the staging lanes, please. No box re-entry round competitors to the staging lanes, please. Our dragster pilots are putting their cars into the stage position. AccuTime says let's go. Randall Reed, 2000 red, takes on the right side, goes dead on with a 9. There it is again. Clint Dosser, 482, dead on with a 1. 44 green at the start. We'll take that win when Randall goes red. Bree Bandemir next up on the tower side. Put a 442 dial in on that baby. Taking on Quay Dozier from Slayton, Texas. 465 the dial for Dozier. Gonna be tight, but the wind light is on the tower side, dead on with a 2. Bree was 15 green, goes dead on with a 2 at 154.8 miles an hour. Quay Dozier, 464, breaks out 8/10,000ths, got to the finish line first by 5/1000ths, but got there too quick and breaks out. That'll bring our next pair of dragsters, Tyler Cromwell and Justin Richards. 452 and 427 the dial ins. Quarter of a second head start for the dragster on the right side of the racetrack. Richards in the pre-stage. Cromwell turns on the top bulb. We are just about ready to go. Just need 2 more bulbs at the top of that Christmas tree to come on, and AccuTime will take it from there. Green lights on both sides. Wind light in the strange lane. 453, 1 over at 151 miles an hour to a 2 over 429 for Cromwell at 166 miles an hour. They were close at the start. It was 7/1000ths margin at the finish line. Never too early for a staging duel is something you'll never hear me say. Kenny Probst and Vince Roberts next to the starting line. Vince on the right going first with a 489 dialed in. Gets 3/10 of a second head start against Kenny Probst. Kenny went all the way to the semifinals in the duck race yesterday. Gonna get a win light here when Vince Roberts goes red. 005 red for Roberts on the right side. Puts a win light on the tower side. Kenny goes 459. That is a dead on with a 5 at 150.6 miles an hour. Curtis Stevenson got the runner-up position in the Super Pro $20,000 to win race yesterday. He's got that dragster dialed at 450 today. Going to spot Sonny Barclay 1500s. Sonny out of Crockett takes that right side lane. And Sonny goes dead on with a 4, but left a red light shining on his side of the AccuTime Christmas tree. A 1 over 451 at 152 miles an hour is going to be the winning number for Curtis Stevenson. Stevenson moves to the next round. They'll head for the exit. And the next pair making their way to the starting line. Michael Holcomb, left side, LaPorte, Texas. 445 the dial in. Going to be doing the chasing. Tony Farmer on the right side. Going to be doing the run in. 463 and 445 the dial ins. Farmer going first on the right. There's those green lights. Love seeing two. Breakout right side for Tony Farmer, 60 on a 63 dial, 445 dead 3 at 156.2 miles an hour for Michael Holcomb on the left side. That's good for the win. And our next pair, Johnny Ezel, tower side of the racetrack, has a 470 dial in, gets a smidge head start against Galen Smith, 3/100ths of a second. That's a smidge. Galen Smith doing the pursuing in that dragster from right here at XRP, Texas. Lights are green on both sides, and the wind lights on the tower side, 470, dead 5 at 140.6. So right on the money goes Johnny Ezel and takes 16 at the finish line. Galen 1 over with a 468 at 145 miles an hour. And the next set of dragsters coming up is going to be David Bird Jones from Kemp, Texas. Left side with a 467. Going to spot Frank Cahotek a smidge. Frank's dialed at 470. Frank goes red, 29 10,000ths red. Puts a wind light on the tower side for Bird Jones, 465, 147. 471 right side for Frank, 145.96 miles an hour. So that wait and see buy run went to Kenny Busdas. He waited a long time for this, but he gets to take it. $1970, the original second generation Camaro. This fine example of one is out of Mansfield, Texas. Owned by Mike and Kenny Busdas. They get that pass into the next round, put a 543 dial in on the board, and take the Camaro across the finish line with a 544 at 124.9 miles an hour. That's going to do it for our first round in our main event. $20,000 to win. No box re-entry. No box re-entry. If you're not already in the staging lanes, you should be there, as that's the next set of race cars you'll see on this here racetrack. Once again, racers, if you have any question about not only racers but anybody here, if you have any question about whether you're consuming enough water or electrolytes, things to keep you hydrated, you're not. Keep on drinking those unleaded beverages. Stay well fed and hydrated. The Xtreme Grill would be delighted to fix you something delicious. And of course, we've got bottled water at the front and in the middle of the staging lanes to make sure that you have an opportunity to grab one of those cold waters. Don't let yourself get too hot. This is one of those days when that could be an issue if you let it. So don't let it. For this weekend, we are broadcasting at 89.7 on the FM dial. You haven't already got yourself on the WhatsApp for receiving lane calls and pertinent information about this race. The QR code can be found at the Ladies Lounge. Point your smart device at that QR code and opt in. That way we'll give you another way to make sure that you don't miss any calls. PA works good, but you can't always hear it. Sometimes you're concentrating on something else. And the radio station is working this weekend. We are on an alternative frequency this weekend. It's 89.7 on your FM dial, KXRP FM, as we approach the top of the hour. So 3 ways of getting your info about the racing that's happening. And, of course, you could also go to YouTube and plug into our good friends at Going Bracket Racing, as this whole race is being broadcast to the worldwide audience for bracket racing. Going Bracket Racing. Follow their YouTube channel. Get yourself subscribed so you don't miss anything. We have got round 1 in the books from our no box class, racing for that $2,000 top prize. We've got our re-entry round for no box coming up here shortly, as they have been called to the staging lanes. They're there. They were just about ready to bring the first pair up. First round of Super Pro, the main event with that $20,000 top prize, has been run. You did not get a win light in your first round matchup of any of the classes that we run today, save the duck race coming up later. You do have the opportunity for a buyback, a re-entry. You pick up those row tickets at the Ladies Lounge. That's the pavilion adjacent to the tower and behind the XRP merchandise window near the concession stand. So if you did not get a win light, you still can play. It's a brutally difficult sport to have everything go just right to get a win every time down the racetrack. That's why we have the re-entry. We give you that one rut row. You can still play and still compete for the $2,000, for the $20,000, or even for the $3,000 in the duck race. And we were talking about the ladies' lounge being open and the place to buy your re-entries, your buybacks. They've also got popsicles down there. Vince Roberts, you're going to be the random re-entry round wait and see buy run. Justin Cervantes, if you did not already get the message, Rick Huffman at his trailer has got that part you're looking for. Getting a little bit of rumble coming towards the water box, and the first pair show up for the no box re-entry. Hey, Super Pro door cars, your re-entry round is afoot. Need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro door car re-entry, lanes 3 and 4. Gabriel Hernandez and Kevin Goss at the starting line. This is the first pair of our no box re-entry round, 759 and 670 the dial-ins. And the truck's going to get the win as Kevin goes red. 47 red on the right side, puts a win light on the left side. Gabriel goes 757 at 90 miles an hour. Goss at 665, 105.2. Bring us a pair of blue ovals next to the starting line. A Maverick on the left side, a Mustang on the right. Christian Foster with an 850 dial-in going first down that right side strange engineering lane. And Daryl Patton doing the pursuing, dialed at 583 in the Maverick. All right. Foster backs out after the double bulb. Leaves that top one on. Daryl Patton comes in. Now we got 2 bulbs lit, looking for 2 more. There's 3 and 4. Both drivers with green lights on their side of the AccuTime Christmas tree. Going to be a good day for somebody. And it's going to be Daryl Patton, 584, 1 over at 114 miles an hour. Christian Foster had a 6 advantage at the starting line, but goes too quick, breaks out by a full 1/10 of a second, and that's going to give Gabriel Hernandez the opportunity I'm sorry, going to give Daryl Patton the opportunity to move into the next round. And it's going to be Greg Akers from Buda, Texas on the right side of the racetrack in that Malibu. 7 flat, the dial on that side. The GMC fleet side. Sorry on the tower side from Midland with a 591 dial in. Oh, red light start for the truck. It's going to be Akers with the win. That one's over early. 701 beats a red lighting 592. Lucas Thomas and Michael Graves next to the starting line. Michael's got the white Gen 2 S dime, and the dime on the left is Lucas Thomas from Mount Pleasant. Lucas Thomas, runner-up in the no box race yesterday. Looking for another win today. Went out early, though. Finds himself in the re-entry round. Squaring off with Michael Graves. Graves goes red, so Thomas is back in. 66 10,000s. Red on the right side, 6:33 the elapsed time. 6:15 at 111 miles an hour. Lucas Thomas is going to be playing once more in our No E class. Chevy Nova, tower side. Chevy Camaro spectator side. Next up in our no box re-entry round. Joe De La Garza, Cheetos on the right side, 588 the dial. Taking on Richie Powers. Richie's on the left side, going first, dialed at 669 with that Nova. Three bulbs lit. Here we go. Fourth one comes on. And the red light comes on the tower side for Richie Powers. 021. 21 red left side. 31 green right side. That's a win for Cheeto De La Garza. 588, 118.1 miles an hour. 670, one over at 100 miles an hour, but just a little early for Richie Powers. Justin Cervantes and Hayden Pennington. Next to the starting line, Hayden with the Fox Body Mustang has a 659 dial in. It's a 601 dial for Cervantes. Get a win, get back in. That's the name of the game in the re-entry round. Oh! Fox Body goes red on the right side. Hayden, 15 red, runs 661 at 101. Cervantes goes 601, goes right on the money. Dead 3, 114 miles an hour. 44 green on the left side. They'll take it. And Cody Garrett from Ardmore, Oklahoma, brings that Vega hatchback to the starting line. In the strange engineering lane, the odd man out here, the last one in the re-entry round, 638 the dial. .634, 106.1 miles an hour. Cody Garrett back in to continue racing in that $2,000 to win no box category. Well, after a quick trip down the racetrack in a dragster, he's back in the air conditioning. And I'm going to turn the mic back over to Dylan Lee.
Thank you, David. I did make a quick pass down the racetrack in the dragster, courtesy of Ty and Tony Farmer. I did not illuminate the top of my scoreboard, though, and I was, as I would say, mathematically ineligible for 659 feet of racetrack. But I'll take my shot at the buyback round here in a minute. Our Super Pro door cars should be in the lanes for their re-entry round at this time. Super Pro door cars re-entry round. You have been called, and you should be in the staging lanes as we are ready for you. Hopefully, you're ready for us. Super Pro door car re-entry round. To the lanes, please. Leroy O'Brien and Chad Sandlin will start us off in our round number re-entry for the door car side. 6:55 is what Leroy O'Brien says he is going to traverse the concrete in. Chad Sandlin, right side of the racetrack, says he's going to dial 6:18. Clean and green, 2,000 separate them. Win light says Leroy is back in competition. 13 green, 656 on a 655. Gets there first by 002. Sandlin was 15 on this end. Also, 16 above on that end. Difference in the finish line was the difference at the starting line. That's 002 in favor of Leroy. Jimmy Yarborough and Derek Patton up next. Yarborough left side dials 512. Patton on the right dials 645. Jimmy is in all sorts of trouble here. Win light says Derek Patton. 009 green, dead on 6. To be 15 total, taking half of a shopping mall. Don't need to. Doesn't matter when you're going dead on, I suppose. Good job, Derek. Jimmy was late on this end, 514, 2 above on that end. And Dirty D will be back. Billy Talbot and Jay Bunce on track now. Billy left side, dial 601 in the Camaro. Jay on the right, the wagon, dial 605 as they go at it. One of them's 001. It was Billy. Billy's your winner as well. 001 green, 602, one above 4. Gets there first by 16 thousandths of a second. Bunce was 13 green, 606 on a 605. No good. Attention to the pits. Final call. Super Pro door car re-entry round. Final call door cars for your re-entry round. You should be here. Next up, Maverick left side dial 650. Right side Drew Porsche. In the truck dial 609. Red light and good night, Drew. 26 red for Drew Porsche, left side, 006, 006 green, and dead on 4. 10 total in the buyback round, as Drew would have needed something good. Casey Ball, Aaron Jones up next. Jones right side, Maybank, Texas, in the Malibu, dials 591. Casey Ball left side on the motorcycle. He dials 599. Win light here going to go to Casey Ball. 14 green, 6 flat on a 599. Takes 26 thou worth of stripe. Aaron Jones was 49 on this end. And that was pretty much all she wrote. 592 on a 591. A hundred above even is Bobby Mendez and Jason McFarland. Approach the pre-stage beat. McFarland, Strange Engineering, side of the racetrack. Out of dials 541. Bobby Mendez, left side, dials 543. Bobby kicks her red by 001. McFarland, 16 green, 541. 541 dead, 7 for Jason McFarland. Mendez 001 red and dead on 0. Guillermo T. Arena, Cameron Green up next. T. Arena, left side in the Fox body. That would be the Phil's trailer sales side of the racetrack. Dials in 617. Cameron Green, right side. Dials 595. Win like Cameron Green, 27 green, 596 on a 595. Guillermo, 006 green, but 38 thou worth of finish line. Leaves him 3 thou under. Chase Huffman, Joe Noonke on the starting line. Chase left side dials 620. Joe right side dials 533. Joe's got Chase covered. Chase is out of the throttle. Joe's going to win. Joe, 18 green, 545 on a 533 as Chase Huffman has some problems. 40 green, and then it stopped making noise at about half track. Carlos Carrasco, Dennis Lithgow on the starting line. Final call. Door car re-entries. If you're not here, you are very late. Final call. Door car re-entries as we are running you right now. Carrasco, left side, dials 681. Lithgow on the right. The Corvette Roadster, dials 487. Red light start Carrasco. Win light Dennis Lithgow, 26. And dead 8. To get back in. Darius Campbell, Brian Harris on track. Darius is red by 14 thou. Brian moves on. 007 and 570. 35 thou above. Rodolfo Cepeda Jr. and Stephen Hughes. Cepeda left side of the truck will dial 701 out of Hidalgo. Stephen Hughes, the Pasa Get Down Dina contestant, 5 1/2 seconds exactly what he says the strange scoreboard is going to read here very momentarily. He's got a shot at it. Win light, Stephen Hughes. Hey, look. The strange scoreboard's reading 5.50 seconds with an 8. 15 dead 8 for Stephen Hughes. Cepeda, 22 green, takes 53 thou or the finish line to be 52 thou under. Gilbert Sanchez and Larry Harrison. Sanchez in the convertible. I see we have once again, just like yesterday, decided to roll with the top up today. That sun is really bright out there. I don't blame you. 635 the dial for Gilbert. 565 the dial for Larry. Sanchez 006 green and 637. 2 above the dial in is good enough to turn on the lamp. Gets there first by 18 thousandths of a second. As Larry Harrison was 33 green and 566. On a 565. Ethan Marr and Rodney Parks on track now. 551 the dial for Ethan, 531 the dial for Rodney. Advantage on this end goes Rodney Parks' way, but the win light will go Ethan Marr's way. 36 green, 552. Gets there first by 3 thou, as I believe Rodney might have gave him that one back. Rodney, 11 green, 535 on a 531. Only a $1.22 the speed. And Ethan Marr gets it back. Wendy McFarland, Jonathan Hernandez on the starting line. As David Ratton is going to step back in here, as I have to go get ready for the re-entry round.
Nice wheel stand down the left side, and a wind light comes on. Everyone knows it's windy. Wendy runs 6:28, dead on with a 2. 19 total on that run. Jonathan Hernandez, 24, dead 6. Had a little starting line advantage. That was a good drag race. 11 10,000ths margin at the finish line. Back at the starting line, Maverick Roselle, 603 the dial in on the left side with the Love truck. Leonard Greathouse, 563 the dial. 00 reaction times on both sides. And the win light goes to Greathouse. We talk about trip zip. Leonard just had a quad zip. Maverick Roselle goes 002 and 1/604, which is a good package. However, Leonard Greathouse goes perfect across the top. 4 zeros on the reaction time and a dead 9. Jiminy Crickets, that was a 9-pack. And that's going to be tough to beat. Greg Swift and Ty Farmer at the starting line. Ty on the right side in the Chevy Nova with a 642 dial in. Actually going first with an 800ths advantage. By handicap start to Greg Swift in the truck. Green lights both sides. Here we go. Who's it going to be? Put a win light in the strange lane. It's going to be Ty Farmer by a 48 10,000ths margin at the finish line. Dead on left side, 634, but gave up one at the starting line, and that was a little too much. 643, one over at 104, and a win light for Ty Farmer. Dragster re-entry round. Could you get to the staging lanes for me, please? Dragster re-entry round, lanes 1 and 2 of the staging lanes, please. Heath Phillips and Justin Cervantes are at the starting line. 601 and 623 the dial-ins. The pickup truck gets a 2200s head start. Across the finish line in 6.230 seconds with a 009 on the tree. There's another 9-pack. Heath Phillips gets it done and will stay in competition. Justin 1 over 602 at 103.7 miles an hour. Runs into that 009 and dead zero for Heath Phillips. 9-pack is not all that easy to beat. And Heath Phillips uses that 9-pack to move on. Kaylee Phillips, Scurry, Texas. Tower side 664 dial in. And another S10 truck, Andre Rodriguez, 644 dial in. With that blue 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. 2/10 head start for Kaylee. Once again, dragster re-entry to the lanes, please. Dragster re-entry round, lanes 1 and 2. Green lights both sides, wind light, tower side. Kaylee goes 667, 3 over at 100 miles an hour. Andre was 2 over, 646 at 103.5 miles an hour. Kaylee held 3 at the start, almost 3 at the finish line. Dragster re-entry. Dragster re-entry round. I need those competitors to lanes 1 and 2, please. Dragster re-entry round coming your way right here, right now from Xtreme Raceway Park. Once again, welcome to those of you joining us on the live stream on Going Bracket Racing on the YouTube channel. Happy to have you as a part of the broadcast. It's going to be Landon Martinez from Dickinson, Texas, and Quay Dozier from Slayton, Texas, leading off our Dragster Super Pro re-entry round. "92 degrees here in North Texas on the 4th of July, and the track staff engaging in fun with water hoses. It's 474 and 465 the dial-ins, 900's head start to Landon Martinez on the tower side of the racetrack. We got green lights on both sides of the racetrack, and the wind light comes on in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. Landon Martinez 2 over 476 at 144 miles an hour. Holds 1 at the start, holds 1 at the finish, as Quay Dozier also 2 over 140 miles an hour. On that right side of the center stripe wasn't enough. Landon Martinez completes the re-entry process. Next up from the Hill Country, Boerne, Texas. Northwest of San Antonio on your way to El Paso. Greg Muth has a 468 dialed into the black and blue car in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane, taking on Crew Garrett from Oklahoma. Dialed at 464, 400's head start to the Texas car on the tower side. Yeah, buddy. 005 green and a 465 will do the deed for Crew Garrett, and the Oklahoma car is back in. Greg Muth, 466, breaks out, got there first, but gave up 3 at the starting line. Had to do something, and whichever way he went, wasn't going to work. Crew Garrett back in. Corey Neighbors, Lebo, Kansas. Made bank yesterday in that $20,000 race. Comes away the winner. That dragster on the tower side is dialed at 519, which proves you can win $20,000 one day and be a duck the next. Bart Nelson, LaPorte, Texas, right side, 453 the dial. Both of them made sure they went green that time. And Bart Nelson, 454, 1 over at 151 miles an hour, gets the win. Holds 1 at the start, holds 1 at the finish. And yesterday's $20,000 winner goes out in the first 2 rounds of Super Pro, 521, 2 over at 130.7 miles an hour. Duck race available after round number 4 of eliminations. Clint Dosser from Jacksonville, Texas, tower side, 459 the dial. And Galen Smith dials 467 in the Strange Engineering lane. 800's head start for Galen Smith. The white car in the Strange lane. Red light on the right, puts a wind light on the left. Clint Dosser dead 6 at 152.6 miles an hour. And Galen sees that the wind light is red lights on his side, the wind lights on the other side. And so he saves the equipment for next time. 509 easing through at 101 miles an hour. Clint Dosser, 459, dead 6, 152.65 miles an hour. 24 pack on that left side. 24 total. Next pair coming up, that's going to be Jennifer Johnson from Terrell, Texas, 447 the dial in for the dragster in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. Gets 3,700's head start against Kevin Wilson. Wilson from Magnolia, Texas, got a 410 dialed in. Wilson's in the pre-stage. JJ follows suit. Just a little bit more and we'll have 4 bulbs lit. There they are. AccuTime says go. And JJ says go too quick. Well, a 445 breakout, 155 miles an hour. None of it matters. It was 10 red. So Kevin Wilson is back in, runs dead on with a 9 and a 23 at the start. So 0023. That's about an 11 pack on the right side of the racetrack. So Kevin Wilson has got it dialed back in and is back in the hunt for $20,000. Chad Branham, Caddo Mills, Texas Tower side, going first with the dragster on the left side of the Christmas tree. Dialed at 477, and Dylan Lee dials 458 in the dragster in the Strange Engineering lane. Dylan said it was very much fun driving that dragster. First time he's ever been in it. Looking for a little redemption on this run. Won't be this time. 8,000s red. And Big C goes 478, 143.5 miles an hour to take the win and get back in the hunt for $20,000. Dylan goes 461, 3 over at 144. Having some fun in the seat because until the duck round, that'll be all. Hate that for my announcing partner up here. Truly do. Frank Cahotek, tower side, 471 the dial in. Lines up with J.J. Russell from Ratliff City, Oklahoma. 448 and 471, 2300s head start for the Texas car. Green lights do work on both sides. Wind lights on the tower side. Dead 5, 145 miles an hour. Frank Cahotek says, all right, I'm back in. JJ gives up 3 at the starting line. It's still 3 at the finish line. 448, dead 7 at 155 miles an hour, but at least the light was green. J.C. Jones and Bryson Parks bring their cars to the starting line. It's going to be 464 left, 469 right. Bryson Parks, one of several bracket racers on the property today that got a Western Conference Finals champion up on the mountain a few years ago, gets a 500s head start in the dragster in the Strange lane. JC goes red. Bryson 19 green and a dead 0. Woo, sweet. Well, you add that 4th digit, and that's a 2-pack. That's a 2-pack for Bryson Parks. Rocky McLean and Sonny Barclay on the way down the racetrack. 400s head start and a wind light in the Strange lane. 465, 150 miles an hour for Barclay. Will be back in the hunt for $20,000. Rocky goes under just a little. 007 on the tree. Takes 5 at the finish line. Breaks out 2,000s. Carson Stuckey, Brandon Justice at the starting line. $495 and $467 the dial ins. Double O's on both sides. This will be good. Strange Engineering side gets the win. $4.95 dead on with a 1. A 6-pack for Brandon Justice gets her done. Carson Stuckey dead on with a 5. That's an 8-pack. So a 6-pack takes out an 8-pack in the re-entry round. Give you any indication of the quality of the racing as you're seeing this weekend? Man. Slate Rabina, Baytown, Tower side, and Randall Reed, spectator side, 484 and 465 the dial-ins. All right, next set of dragsters trying to get back in the chase for 2-0-0-0. $20,000 red light tower side for Slate. So Randall is going to get a win light. 464 with a 9-8. Breaks out 2 10,000s, but it did not matter. The win light was already on. No box, round 2. I need you in the staging lanes, please. No box, round 2 to staging lanes 1 and 2. Chris Rabina from Baytown and Tony Farmer next to the starting line, 459 and 498 the dial-ins. Well, I think Tony Farmer was ready. He goes trip zip 6, but goes 4 over. And the win light comes on for Chris Rabina. 499 on a 498. That's 1 over. Takes 22 10,000ths at the stripe, and that turns on the win light. Tony Farmer, trip zip 6, 463. Man. These racers got it going on. Going to need to keep it going on in that chase for $20,000, though. Tyler Cromwell, Ardmore, Oklahoma, Tower side, 430 the dial-in. Taking on Carson Wheeler from Wichita, Kansas. It's that Oklahoma-Kansas rivalry this time. 5 flat right side. 4 flat, that'd be quick, although we're not far from that. 5 flat right side, 430 left side. 7/10 head start for Carson. .501, good for the win. Carson Wheeler at 136 miles an hour. 11 at the start. Dead on, or 1 over with a 1 to a red lighting 431 for Tyler Cromwell. Odd man is Vince Roberts. Vince puts a 489 on it and will advance back into the chase for 20 grand. .008 for Vince. And a 490 at 140.7 miles an hour. Gonna do it for your Super Pro re-entry round. Got No Box coming to the staging lanes for their second round of eliminations. No Box, lanes 1 and 2, bring them to the staging lanes for your next eliminator round. So racers, after the re-entry rounds have come to a conclusion, you're thinking, man, do I just need to load up and go home? Absolutely not. After the 4th round of eliminations, we will start one of the big classes of the day, the duck race. And it pays $3,000 to win. So you can go ahead and get your duck race entry right now if you already find yourself in need of one, as we will be adding to that total of racers for the duck race throughout the day. It's an $80 entry. There's no time trials. We've been down the racetrack 3 or 4 times anyway. And no buybacks. Pays $3,000 to win, $500 to runner-up, and $200 to the semifinals. For only $80, get yourself a duck race entry. You came out on the short end of the stick in that round of re-entry racing. The duck race coming up after round number 4 of eliminations. Doesn't matter if you ran in no box or if you ran in Super Pro. You can get in the duck race if you find yourself with no place else to race. 4th of July weekend at Xtreme Raceway Park, and broadcasting live and direct to a global bracket racing audience on Going Bracket Racing on the YouTube channel. If you have not already found my friend George and his team at Going Bracket Racing on their YouTube channel, be sure and do that search and get yourself signed up. You don't want to miss any of the action, and they're bringing it to you weekend after weekend after weekend. Some call that the strong end. No box, round 2, final call. If you are not there, come on, we need you. Come on down, no box. We are just about to begin our second elimination round in no box. No box, final call. Attention in the pits, no box, no box. I'm missing 3. No box, missing 3. If you're not there, man, we'd hate to run without you. Round number 2, no box begins with Lucas Thomas and Derek Patton. Patton's got the Maverick on the right side, going first with a 645 dial in. Lucas Thomas doing the pursuing in the S10, dialed at 616. $2,900 head start for the Maverick. Patton goes red, 10 thousandths red, puts a win light on the tower side for Lucas Thomas. 6:15 with a 9, 111.5 miles an hour. $29 green for Lucas Thomas. Got the truck dialed in right about correct. Tainted Love, Vince Hernandez. Tower side of the racetrack, 695 the dial in, gets a 9/10 head start against the two-wheel terror from West, Texas, Casey Ball. Red light left side, so Casey is going to get a win. Again, 606, 116, 15 green. 1 over with a 2. Vince Hernandez dead on with an 8. There it is again. But red at the start. Gabriel Hernandez, tower side, Drew Porcher, spectator side. 759 the dial for the step side Chevy truck in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. Porcher dials 609, and we got green lights on both sides. Here we go. At the finish line, it's going to be a win light in the strange lane. Drew Porcher goes dead on with an 8. 18 package down that right side of the racetrack. Gabriel 1 over 760, but gave up 4 at the starting line. All right, we are in round number 2 of no box. If you're still in no box and you're not in the staging lanes or at the ready stripe or paired up, you are running out of time in a hurry. Super Pro door car, let me get you to the lanes. Jimmy Koronic, Civilo, Texas, 692 the dial in the red Dodge Dart. Justin Cervantes dial 603 in that dark gray G-body Chevelle. Win light goes to Cervantes. 601 at 111 in a double breakout affair. 690 on a 92 dial. 001 green for Koronic in the Mopar, but takes 32 at the stripe. Gives it away with the breakout. Sandlin, Chad, tower side. S10 truck with a 619 dial in. Moving it around from 619 to 17 to 15. It's 19 this time. Going to be on the left side of the center stripe. Taking on Daryl Patton. Daryl's got the Maverick dialed in at 584. Man, what a pretty set of wheel stands. Winlight tower side, Chad Sandlin 619, dead on with a 2. 108.6 miles an hour, 009 on the tree, and dead on with a 2. The 11 pack good for the win. Daryl Patton 583 breaks out, 116 miles an hour in the Maverick. Next up, double shot of bow tie, Mad Max McLaughlin. 609 the dial for Maxwell. Tim Stuckey going first in the Malibu from Ardmore, Oklahoma. At the finish line, put a win light on the tower side in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. 13 10,000ths margin at the stripe. 627 dead 1. 008 on the tree. 89 plus 11 is 100. A 10 pack for Tim Stuckey. Hear that? Doing the math. Sheila Day is next up on the right side. Max broke out, by the way. 608 with a 2 on a 609 dial in. Gave up 1 at the starting line, had to break out. Sheila Day, 641 the dial in right side in that 4th generation Chevrolet Camaro. Reppin' Circle D converters. Jerry Simmental brings that late model Mustang out with a 730 dial in. Jerry running index here at Xtreme Raceway Park on a somewhat frequent basis. Also been known to bracket race. Like today. Lights are green, really green on one side, and the wind lights on the other side. 642, 1 over at 105.4 miles an hour. Sheila Day is going to advance with the Camaro over the Mustang. Man, the Mustang goes dead on with a 7. 95 miles an hour. Just gave up 6 at the starting line. That's not a prescription for success. Next up, going to be Dodge versus Chevrolet. Gerald Henderson out of Georgetown dials the Camaro at 588. Gives John Singleton the chance to go first with a 643 dialed in. To the Dodge in the Phil's trailer sales lane. Red light on the right side puts a win light on the left side for John Singleton. 640 out the back door at 105.9 miles an hour. That'll bring a smile to some faces. 588 dead on with an 8, but red at the start for Henderson. Hey, Super Pro Door Car, looking for you in the staging lane. Super Pro Door Car, round number 2. Lanes 3 and 4 of the staging lanes are open for you. There is no waiting in lane 3 or lane 4. Rodolfo Cepeda Jr., 701, the dial in on the tower side of the racetrack, and the dime. Rocky G and the Maverick taking on a dial in of 6.49 seconds. 5200's head start for Rodolfo. At the end of Route 660 is a win light in the strange lane for Rocky G. He's 649, dead 6 at 97.3 miles an hour. Rodolfo Cepeda breaks out 699 with a 7. 005 on the tree, but too quick at the finish. Takes 36 and goes under by 12. Rocky G advances into the next round here in No Box main event. James Asbill brings that big country Camaro to the starting line, dialed at 623. Taking on A-W. A-Dub from Waxahachie, Texas. Brings that Subaru Brat. Channeling high-tech toy to the starting line. And at the finish line, A-Dub's got the win light, 005 on the tree, and a 4 over 599 at 109. Takes 24 at the finish line, and that'll be good for a win. James Asbill, dead on with a 0, 110.3 miles an hour. Just got tattooed at the starting line. Sorry to say it that way, but that's how it looks. Gives up 7. Jake Howard, Princeton, Texas, tower side in the truck, 630 the dial in. That's so far what the truck has run twice down the racetrack in eliminations. Taking on Cheeto de la Garza. Joe's got a 589 dial in on the right side. Day number 3 of a 3-day spectacular Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown presented by Carter Maxwell. Raptor P Construction and Get 'em Carbs. Trouble on the right. After that red light, Joe saves the equipment for next time. Maybe looking for that duck ticket. Going for $3,000. And for the third time in eliminations today, Jake Howard goes 630, dead on with a 2. Do your math, and that 9-pack becomes a 10-pack, but still, it's a 10-pack. Dead on with a 3 times out of 3. Melvin Goss and Bob Galetti are going to be your next competitors at the starting line. 599 and 560 the dial-ins. Bob on the right side in the truck out of Tomball. GMC Sonoma, if memory serves. 3900's head start against Melvin Goss in the Vega hatchback. Charging off the starting line. Reaction times oh so close. Brake lights on the right side. Wind light on the left side. 560 dead 4 at 120.9 miles an hour. Wind light Melvin Goss. Bob Galitti 598 breaks out just a little bit. Brake lights were on but not hard enough. 598 112. 37 10,000ths under. Hands the wind light to Melvin Goss. Leroy O'Brien in the Monza, Cliff Lovelace in the Camaro, and we are good to go. Green light right side, red light left side. Leroy, 17 10,000ths red, goes 655 at 102 for naught. Cliff Lovelace, 588, runs it out the back just to see how the old girl feels today. 115.8 miles an hour and a wind light. Russell Fields and Chris Galitti at the starting line next. Fields with a 585 dial in, Galitti with a 507. Double shot of Chevy 2, and we got green lights on both sides and 00 reaction times on both sides and a wind light in the Strange Engineering lane. 507 dead on with an 8 plus 4 is 12 pack. 135 miles an hour. A breakout on the left side. Just under that 585 dial in by 6 10,000ths. 009 left side, 004 right side. Good drag race. Seen a lot of those today, just in case somebody happened to ride up on their American quarter horse and ask you. Kenny Bustos, Tower side, Jeremy Heffler, spectator side, 596 and 544 the dial ins. The red tracker going first. The black Camaro doing the pursuing. Red light for the red car. 3 10,000ths red for Heffler. Wind light, Kenny B, 546, 124.8 miles an hour. 009 on the tree for Kenny B. They're dialed in and rolling. Next up going to be Good Samaritan Rick Huffman out of Waxahachie, Texas, brings the Smalls Chevy Chevette to the starting line with a 607 posted on it. 1100's head start against Cameron Green in the Titan Oil Tools car. Tower side, Huffman with a win. 4 green and dead 9. 13 pack. Good for the win for Rick Huffman. 598, 2 over at 114 for Cameron Green. Travis Barnett from Rayville, Louisiana brings that fast F-body Pontiac Firebird to the starting line. Says, give me a 480. Gilbert Sanchez in the ragtop puts a 637 dial in on the Mustang. Whoa, look at this one. Wind light in the Strange lane. I'm looking at my screen and it says 003 for Gilbert Sanchez. I thought, that's interesting. Travis Barnett goes dead on with a 1. Gave up more than 2 at the starting line, but gets a win when Sanchez breaks out. 400's too quick on the big end. 632 on a 637, but Sanchez sawed that tree down. Barnett's going on anyway. Johnny Helfrich from Forney, Texas brings that Cutlass Calais to the starting line with a 563 dial in painted on the side. Well, it's not painted. Eli Barnett makes it 2 Barnetts in a row. Rayville, Louisiana, well represented at this Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown event. Wind light, tower side, 007 on the tree for Johnny Helfrich and dead 7, so a 14 pack. Final call, Super Pro door cars. If you're not in the staging lanes, we're about to leave you behind. We don't want to do it, and you don't want to get left. Final call, Super Pro door cars. You should be in the staging lanes. Last chance. Jarrett Lofton and Ty Farmer bring their cars to the starting line. Double shot of Chevy Nova. Your model's on the tail end of that generation of Chevy 2. Farmer dials 642, Lofton dials 607. 3500's head start to the car on the right side. The lights, they are green, they are close, they are real close. You got to go to the 4th digit to see a difference. Ty Farmer takes advantage of the fact that he goes 2 over at 104 to get a win. 610, that's 3 over on the left side for Lofton. So Farmer with the win, 65 10,000ths at the finish line for the win. Wayne Pratt, Blooming Grove, Texas. 592, the dial-in, gets to go first against the 533 dialed-in Roadster out of Killeen. That's Joe Nunke. $4,000's red for the Roadster, puts a win light on the tower side, and Wayne Pratt just goes 009 on the tree and dead 5. Puts a 14-pack on the board, and that was going to be tough to beat anyway, but Joe goes red. 537, 4 over at 129 with the win light in the opposite lane. Next pair. Double shot of blue bow tie. Keith Richards, Petersburg, Michigan. Tower side Vega hatchback, dials 647. When we're in the door car class, if you got Brandon Caples in the other lane, you're probably leaving first, as Brandon's got that Camaro out of West Monroe, Louisiana, dialed quick. As it's a quick car, 457 the car to dial in for Brandon Caples. 1.9 seconds head start for the Vega. Oh my, that was not like they drew it up. Red light right side, 648 left side, Keith Richards with the win. Chris Pope from Lubbock, Texas, and Casey Baugh from West Texas. This is a perfect time to illustration the difference. Casey Baugh is from West, Texas. That's a town on I-35. It's where you stop and get your kolaches on the way to Austin. Chris Pope is from Lubbock, Texas. That is in West Texas, no comma. Out near the New Mexico border. See the difference? Well, the West Texas car goes red, so the West, Texas bike goes on to the next round. 598, 1 over at 117.8 miles an hour. Casey Baugh puts another win light in the column. Chris Pope, 601, 114. Not happy about the red light. Dennis Lithgow, right side of the center stripe in the Strange Engineering lane, puts a 487 dial in on the Roadster. And Wes Lofton is going to be going first in that Chevy Nova. Got a 548 dialed into it. Just over 6/10 head start for Wes Lofton in the Nova. Got us a green light left side, green light right side, double O reaction time left side translates into a win light for Wes Lofton. 549, one over at 123.5 miles an hour. Lithgow goes dead on with an 8. Gave up 2 at the starting line though. Got back 1, but that was not enough. And the win light goes to Wes Lofton. Kaylee Phillips and Jason McFarland next to the starting line. Jason ready to go, has that Vega hatchback up there near the infrareds and ready to turn on the top one, and he does. Got a 542 dial in. He's going to be doing the chasing. Kaylee's going to be doing the running. 664 the dial in the dime. Kaylee with the 7,000th red light. Hands the win light to Jason McFarland. 540 at 127 out the back door. Kaylee 669, 5 over at 101.5, but just a little early, 7,000ths red. Trent Wilson, San Antonio, Texas. Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco Lane, 618 the dial. 4,800's head start against Brian Harris. Brian's on the right side with a blue Camaro. Ready to run that Strange Engineering lane. Really ready to run that Strange Engineering lane. Win light comes on after that 006. Reaction time, got an 8-pack. See, I told you he was ready. Brian Harris, 006 on the tree, dead 2 at the end of the racetrack. 8-pack, good for the win. Trent Wilson, 18, dead on with a 3, but gave up 3 at the starting line. Dead on versus dead on. You got to go back to the starting line and see what happened there. That's generally where you find the answer. Ethan Marr from Seatown, Corsicana, America, 553 to dial in for the 69 Camaro on the tower side. And Winsboro, Texas, home for Chad Hankins. Spots Ethan 13. Ethan goes red. 8,000's red on the tower side of the racetrack. Chad Hankins, 540, dead on with a 5. 127.0 miles an hour. Dun, 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 dun. Tainted Love. Vince Hernandez in the Tainted Love on the tower side, 693 to dial in, going first by 1.23 seconds. Clark Humphrey, that super clean, super nice Camaro out of Hazlet, Texas, doing the chasing, dialed at 570. Across the 660, the win lights in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco Lane. The Tainted Love, 693, dead on with a 0 and a 005 at the start. 8-pack for the win. Clark Humphrey, dead on with a 7. Gave up 2 at the starting line. That was the margin at the finish line. Tough break for Clark Humphrey. Love that car. David Brodnax, speaking of cars I love, here's the Rampage. 665, they've got it dialed in. Stephen Hughes is dialed at 550. A 1.15 second head start for the Rampage. And we are just about ready in this all Mopar pairing. Green lights both sides. Irving versus Pasadena, and it's going to be Pasadena. 550 dead on with a 3. 124.3 miles an hour, 009 on the tree to a 326 green for Broadnax. Broadnax 1 over at 102.3 miles an hour. Not enough. A-Dub is at the water box. Heath Phillips is at the starting line. Joey Cram is on the spectator side as this next pair gets ready to go down the track. 623 to 614, 900ths head start for Heath Phillips. Dragsters, need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro Dragsters, round 2. Lanes 1 and 2 of the staging lanes. Bring them down for me, please. Windlight, strange side, 616, 2 over at 114 miles an hour. 003 on the tree. Joey Cram gets the win. 624, 1 over at 108.8 miles an hour for Heath Phillips. Not enough. AW in the Brat at the starting line, 594 the dial in. Spots Dennis Thomas 4/10 in that truck out of Wichita, Kansas. Green lights on both sides, and the wind lights in the strange lane. 007 on the tree and a dead 5. 12-pack for the win for Dennis Thomas. Austin, 6 flat, 6 over at 103.69 miles an hour. I think he knew it at the starting line. That was a 00 on the right side, and his was off a bit. Gave up 6. Don't see that often. Mad Max McLaughlin, tower side. Morris Hopkins, spectator side. Morris with the Roadster. Doing the chasing, got a 581 dialed in to the 606 for Mad Max. Double O against Double O. Who's going to win? Strange side. Roadster 581 dead on with a 0. 7-pack for the win for Morris Hopkins. 1 over 607 at 113 for Mad Max. He was 002 on the tree. Hopkins keeps pace, gets her done. Casey Swift and Bruce White next up. Bruce White came away with a runner-up finish in the duck race last night in that Pontiac T1000 that's not a Chevette. Dial 673 on the right side against the 651 dial for Casey Swift in the Pontiac. Turns on another wind light, 674, 107 to a breakout 650 on the 651 dial. Lucas Thomas and Leonard Greathouse next to the starting line. Lorena, Texas, home for Leonard Greathouse. That Nova's got a dial in of 5.64 seconds on it. The truck is dialed at 615 all the way from Interstate 30, Mount Pleasant, Texas. I'll be going down that road Monday. Green lights both sides. Who you got at the finish line? Wind light, strange side. Whoa, it was a breakout. As Lucas was 009 on the tree, held a little over 1, but goes too quick. Breaks out 88 10,000ths and gives Leonard Greathouse the free pass. Leonard dead on with an 8 down his side of the racetrack. Another Nova shows up on that right side of the center stripe. John Boy Blankenship. 537 the dial in this time down the track, and Daryl Patton dials the Maverick at 582. 6 thousandths red. Tower side puts a win light on the Strange side for John Boy. 537 dead on with a 5. For Blankenship, 584, 2 over at 117, but little red at the start. That'd be a pink light for Daryl Patton. Jake Howard dials anybody. 630, yes. Taking on Dan Bain. Dan dials 551 in the Camaro from Ruidoso, New Mexico. Well, this one is really close to the starting line. At the finish line, Dan Bain gets her done. Dead on with a 0. 122.7 miles an hour. A 629 is a little too quick. Jake Howard breaks out by 52 10,000ths. Takes 67 at the finish line, but goes too quickly. And Dan Bain does the deed. 551 with a 0. They were locked together at the starting line. 353 left side, 365 right side. Howard breaks out. Bain goes on. Doug Lawrence puts a 57 Chevy in the Strange Engineering lane. Says, give me a 583. James Cooks from Denton, Texas, has that Gen 3 Camaro dialed at 537. And that car sponsored by Angela Cooks, and that's going to be the winner as the Christmas tree is red in the right side. 7 thousandths red for Doug Lawrence. 641 as he saves the equipment on. Angela approves. Next up, Wendy McFarland representing Team Long Roof. Got the wagon in the Phil's Trailer Sales lane, dialed at 628, gets 2600's head start against Colton Wheeler. Colton out of Wichita, Kansas with the dime. Man, they just set them back. Those front wheels come up and they land it. They stick the landing. It's going to be Colton Wheeler with a win light. 603, 112, 007 on the tree. Gets it done. Wendy breaks out. 627 on a 628 dial in. Gave up one at the starting line. Had to try to make it up somehow and breaks out by 51 10,000ths. Colton Wheeler will move on. Race crew says spin them. Our competitors comply. Justin Endicott, 1956 Chevy Bel Air. Takes that right side lane. Two pretty cars in this matchup. Patton versus Endicott, Maverick versus Bel Air. 71. Maverick, well, there wasn't a whole lot of difference in the Mavericks. That was by design, actually. 645 to dial in to a 606. Dial in for Justin Endicott. Super Pro Dragster round 2. Just about to begin. If you got one of those and you're not in the staging lanes ready to race, it's time to get there. In fact, it's past time to get there. Come on down. Drivers in the pre-stage. Four bulbs lit. Green lights both sides. Here they are. Well, at the finish line, it's going to be a win line. The Strange Engineering lane is Justin Endicott. Holds 5 at the starting line, goes 4 over. Still takes the win. 610 beats a 647. Here he is, Dylan Lee.
Thank you, David. I certainly hope I've been better at holding a microphone all week than I was at holding a steering wheel today, but dang, it was a lot of fun. Coy Collier, Luke Johns on the racetrack. Away they go. Win light here is going to go to Coy Collier. 006 green, 457 is 22 thou above. Johns with 17 on this end, 442, 22 thou above as well on that end. Paul Smith and Tony Coetzer up next. Smith on the left dials in 510. Coetzer on the right dials 498. $29 thou advantage goes to Paul, and Paul is moving on. 20 green, 512 on a 510 dial. Get there first by 23 thou. Coetzer, 49 green, 5-point trip 0 at the finish line, and no good. Once again, final call dragsters for round number 2. Final call dragsters round 2. Juniors, if you want to start getting your operations ready, we're going to run your second time run as soon as we finish round 2 of dragsters, which is what's on the racetrack right now. So juniors will get your time run after this round of dragsters. Landon Martinez and Ron Scott. Away goes Ron. In case you couldn't hear him, that's Ron. Winlight Martinez, 002 green, 476, 1 above 6. Gets there 18 thou. Ron was 001 on this end, but 300 above at that end leaves him that much short. And Landon moves on. Leah Hughes and Tom Wilkinson on track now. Leah on the left, the RSH ride, dials in 472, and Tom Wilkinson. Strange Engineering side of the racetrack, he dials 497. Leah's in trouble. Win light goes to Tom Wilkinson, 006 green, dead on 0 to be 6 total. Leah 33 on this end and wasting fuel for the remaining 4.72 seconds. Goes dead 2 in the process, but Tom, by way of a 6-pack, moves on to round number 3. Caden Muth up next, left side. Out of Bernie, dials in 444. He will take on Neil Sherry. Sherry on the right, dials 485. Winline Neil Sherry, 014 green, 486, 1 above. Gets there first, 002. Caden was 11 on this end, but 446 on a 444. As I think he might have got behind. Steve Collier, Brandon Justice on the racetrack. 460 the dial for Steve. 495 the dial for Brandon. Limelight here goes to Steve Collier as Brandon Justice is stationary at the 60-foot block. Collier 20 green, clicks her off. And something decided it did not want to play anymore on Brandon Justice's machine. So Brandon idles his way off the racetrack. Based on the speed in which he is idling off the racetrack, I would wager that it may be a throttle cable problem that cost him that round. Krug Garrett, Tony Livingood will line up next. Livingood, Kempner, Texas, right side of the racetrack, dials 485. And Krug Garrett, Ratliff, Oklahoma, dials in 464. Six out, separate them. Win light says Tony Livingood. Tony's 24 green, 485 dead on 2 to light up the board. Garrett was dirty 30 and puts her a hund above in the process. Royce Martinez and Aaron Gibson. On the starting line. Martinez on the left dials 5 flat. Gibson on the right. Wings the motor a couple of times. He dials in 425. Attention to the pits. Juniors, we will take you to your lanes for your second time run, please. Juniors to the lanes for your second time trial. Martinez is red by a foul. Gibson 22 green, 425, dead 5 to move on. Martinez 001 on the red side. Puts her dead on 2 at the other end of the racetrack for another red and dead. Once again, juniors, we will take you to your staging lanes for your second and final time trial. Juniors to the lanes for your time run. Junior dragsters to the lanes for your time run, please. Josh Herman, Randall Reed on the racetrack. Herman on the left out of Colorado, dials in 450. Randall Reed on the right. He dials in 465. $10,000 separate them. Win light says Josh Herman 29 green and 451, one above 2. Stays behind to move on. Randall Reed was 19 on this end, but 26 thou worth of finish line leaves him 4 thou under. and a breakout loss. Chris Habina and Bart Nelson. Baytown, Texas on the left, LaPorte on the right. Urbina will dial in 5 flat. Bart on the right. We'll dial 454. Urbina's in, Bart's in. Let's go. 1 thou. Advantage goes Bart's way. Win light says Chris Habina. 27 green, 5 flat, dead on 6. Well over a tenth above. 26 green, 465 on a 454. Not remotely sure what happened there, but Chris is going to move on. Frank Kotek on the left dials 471. Right side dials 485. So Jared Asbill on the right out of Abilene dials 485. Frank on the left. Win light Frank Kotek. 23 green, 472, 1 above, nothing. Asbill was 34 on this end. Take 16 thou worth of finish line to be 18 thou under. By my math, I do not believe there was anything he could do about that. Curtis Stevenson and Kevin Wilson. Up next, K-Dub, Strange Engineering side of the racetrack, dials 411. And Curtis Stevenson. Winlight Stevenson, 14 green, 453 on a 451. Gets there first by 002. Wilson, 003 on this end, but 414 on a 411 is too far above to get around last night's runner-up, Kurt Harvey and Todd Robinson. Harvey left side for Rafter P Construction. 4.89 seconds, what he says. He's going to go. Todd Robinson. Right side of the equation, he dials in 472. Foul red. Kurt moves on. 008 green, 491 on a 489 to advance. Robinson 11 red and 469 on the 472. As he'll have to go see the ladies in the ladies lounge and get in the duck race if he wants to continue 1/8 mile at a time today. Austin Free, Bryson Parks, little drag champ, left side of the racetrack, dials 479, and Bryson Parks. Over there in the strange lane, dials 470. Winlight Bryson, 22 up front, 470 dead on 9. Gets him 007 worth of finish line. Austin was 26 and one above 2 to be approximately 1 James Bond behind. Mike Crater and Vince Taylor. Iron Mike left side, dials 435. As Vince Taylor takes the right side and dials 472. One dragster. We are missing one dragster in the lanes. If that is you, please get here immediately. Final call. Dragsters missing one. 7 thou. Advantage goes Mike's way. But the win light will go to Vince Taylor. 18 green, 473, one above even on the 472 dial-in. Gets him 005 worth of finish line. Crater, 437 on a 435. And looking at the mile an hour, I believe Crater might have bailed out a little bit on that one. To let Vince Taylor get there. Vince Roberts now, right side. Dials 492, looks to his left and sees Clint Dozer. Clint will dial 482. Once again, we are missing one dragster. If that is you, please get here right now. If you broke, please let us know, like right now. Final call dragsters, missing one. Clint, I don't think it's going to work out for you, bud. It did not. Vince, your winner, 14 green, 495 on a 492, as Clint forgot to let go and goes 483 on a 482. David Jones v. Carson Wheeler. Bird on the left dials 468. Carson on the right makes the trek from Wichita, Kansas, dials 501. Once again, absolute last and final call dragsters. Sonny Barclay sitting in the water box. You know we're almost out of cars. Final call dragsters to the staging lanes. So we'll get a little TLC in the right lane, firing back up. Carson's in and Bird follows. 7 to a 4, advantage Carson Wheeler. Win light says Carson Wheeler, 004 dead 3. 7 total to get there first by 2 thousandths of a second. Bird was 007 dead on 1. 8 total and in the way of Carson Wheeler. Heck of a lap. Sonny Barclay and Bree Bandemir Herman. Bree on the left dials 443. Sonny on the right. The American Ride out of Crockett dials 466. $56,000 separate them. One of them is perfect. Win light says Bandemir. Trip zip 446 on a 443. Gets there first by 200ths. Sonny was 500ths of a second slower than that on this end. Goes 465 on a 466 on Kenny Probst and Justin Richards. Take the starting line. KP left side dials 459. Richards on the right dials 453. advantage, Justin Richards. Win light, Kenny P. 22 green for Kenny, 462 on a 459, as neither one of them were running the number. Gets there first by 2 thou. Richards was 005 on this end, but he's 52 thou above on that end. And that presents a problem. Michael Holcomb and Chad Branham. Big C right side, dials 478. The other Rafter P construction entry. And Mike Holcomb. Holcomb on the left, dials 445. It would have been a lot cooler, Chad, if you had done that next to me in the buyback round a while ago. Just saying. Michael Holcomb, 446 on a 445. Your winner, as Big C is 008 red. And, of course, goes dead on 8. So we have juniors under the suites. That would make this your final pair of round number 2. Brian Self and Johnny Ezel. Self takes the Phil's Trailer Sales side of the racetrack, dials 523. JBR, right side, dials 466. Johnny's got this one well handled. Win light Johnny. 14 green, 468 on a 466. He's 29 thou above, taking 32 thou of stripe. Brian was no good. That concludes round number 2, if I can count. Round number 2 in the books. Our juniors are under the suites for their second time run. Here on a blue sky, 4th of July at XRP, Texas. Once again, before we fire the juniors up, if you find yourself out of competition from this point forward, there is another duck race available and waiting for you today. And it's only Saturday, y'all. What would you rather be doing on a 4th of July Saturday? I know I can't think of hardly anything. So the duck race is available for racers no longer in main event competition. Go see the lovely ladies at the Ladies Lounge and get your shot at the world's greatest rubber duck trophy. I'm very jealous of the duck race trophy. It's always incredible. Duck race running for $3,000 this afternoon. $80 entry, no time runs, no buybacks. As the juniors fire up under the suites. Also, for those of you that are, for whatever reason, not going to stick around for that, as people start to vacate the property today, we'll say it again, but we cannot say it enough. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for choosing to spend your 4th of July weekend with us here at XRP. I know on behalf of the entire Xtreme Raceway Park staff, David, myself, everyone up here in the tower, this doesn't work without y'all, the racer. And we're so glad to have you here. Our junior time run is going to make their ways down the racetrack before we get into round number 3. Paxton Tonneson and Corbin Pennington make their lap. Kason Powers and Chase Porsche on track now. Harper Staggs next up on the left. Palmer Russell on the right. about a 005 reaction time for Lane Smith? Lane Swift, my goodness. 005 for Lane Swift. Goes 903 at 71. Andrew Bolin was trying 002 on the red side. Takes her down to go 793. We roll on through our junior dragster time run session. Bentley McCabe and Carter Poplowski on the starting line. Mackenzie Roberts, 000 perfect on the reaction timer. 786 at 83 miles an hour on the top end. As Mia Meadows concludes our junior dragster time run, do a quick bit of track touch up before we call up round number 3. Round number 3, we've not called y'all yet. We're going to do a little bit of touch up on the racing surface. But do start getting them kind of ready, because it will not be long. Round number 3, y'all are on standby. We'll call y'all up shortly.
Just find yourself a good one, and don't you let it go. That's what they told. Maybe mom and dad had it right all along, and we're too old to still be alone, and we ain't happy ever after all. No, I'm just saying it wouldn't be as bad as we made it out. Staying in our hometown.
Attention to the pits. At this time, I will take no box. Round number 3 to the staging lanes, please. This time, no box. Bring them on down for round number 3. Once again, no box. Bring them to the lanes, please. No box to the staging lanes for round number 3. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. Jake Howard, you will have the wait and see bye. No box. Bring them on down to lanes 1 and 2.
I've always dirtied everything that I found. This ain't no difference. Look at you now. Baby, cut yourself. Baby, cut yourself loose. Save all the things that I said that night. Playing it cool, but I never got it right. Baby, cut yourself. Baby, cut yourself loose. I was mesmerized by your eyes. Keep me up every night. Keep me up every night. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, now that you're gone. Now you know everything that I am. Caught in the palm, go back up now. Baby, cut yourself. Baby, cut yourself loose. Cause a little trouble, don't shed a tear. Keep that sunny smile from ear to ear. And baby, cut yourself. Baby, cut yourself loose. I was mesmerized by your eyes. Keep me up every night. Keep me up every night. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, now that you're gone.
Once again, no box. We need you to the lanes. There's only 11 of you, so if you're going to try to wait towards the back, you're going to wait entirely too long. No box. We need you to the staging lanes for round number 3.
Satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction.
First pair of no box pulls into the water. Attention in the pits. Super Pro Door Car. We need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro Door Car, round number 3. To the staging lanes, Bree Herman will be the wait and see bye run in Super Pro. And Super Pro Door Cars, we need you. Bring them on down. Casey Baugh and Drew Porsche. To start us out, Casey left side dials 606. Drew on the right, he dials 609. Once again, Super Pro Door Car. We need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro Door Car to the staging lanes. Drew, 18 thou red. Casey moves on. Casey's 19 green, 6051, 9 thou under the dial in. Drew, 18 on the red side. Puts it dead 7 in the process. Justin Cervantes and Tim Stuckey approach the starting line. Stuckey on the right out of Ardmore, Oklahoma. He dials 626. Cervantes on the left. He dials 601 to give chase. Win light's going to go to Cervantes as Stuckey is 42 thou red. Cervantes 40 green, 6 flat on a 601. Super Pro Door Cars, we need you now. Super Pro Door Cars, we need you in the staging lane. Super Pro Door Cars, we need you. Chad Sandlin, Rocky G on track. Sandlin fills trailer sales side of the racetrack, dials 618. Rocky G, right side of the equation, he dials 649. Rocky kicks her 4th thou red. Chad moves on. 006 green, 616 1. He is 19 thou under the 618 dial in. Rocky 004 red and clicks it off to save a little bit of wear and tear. John Singleton, Austin Williams will square off next. A-Dub, Strange Engineering side, dials 595. John Singleton on the left, he dials 643. A-Dub in full control. Austin Williams, your winner. 14 green, 597 on a 595. 24 thou above the dial in gets him 17 thou worth of finish margin. As Singleton was 57 on this end and a thou under at the other end. Sheila Day, Lucas Thomas. Sheila on the left, the Circle D Camaro. She dials 642. And Lucas Thomas, the truck. He dials 615. As our bye run makes his way into the water. Final call, Super Pro Door Cars. Final call, Super Pro Door Car to the lanes. Final call, Super Pro Door Car. to the staging lanes. Win light Lucas Thomas, 27 green, 617 on a 615. Takes 002 at the finish line. Sheila was 51 on this end. 641, 2 thou under on that end. Not a whole lot to do about that. Jake Howard, your bye run. He dials 630 on the left to make the solo shot. Well, that'll do. 003 green for Jake Howard. Oh, 6.3 thousand in the ET column. 003 dead 003 total on a buy run of all things for Jake Howard. Well, I think that'll win a round or two. Just a couple. Dang, Jake. Our Super Pro door cars make their way into the water, making any remaining Super Pro door cars in competition quite late. Final call, Super Pro door cars. We are running you now. Melvin Goss and Stephen Hughes on the starting line. Stephen on the right. Out of Pasadena, he dials in 550, and Melvin Goss left side from Caddo Mills. Melvin dials 560, so 1/10 of a head start going to go Melvin's way before Steven turns are loose. This one's lean and mean. Advantage goes Melvin Goss, but Steven ain't that far behind, but it's not going to work out. Melvin Goss, your winner, 002 dead 6 to be 8 total. Stephen Hughes, 009 and had nowhere to go. 549.5 on a 550 dial-in, taking 4 thou worth of stripe, and could not win. Melvin moves on. Kenny Buzzes, Cliff Lovelace. Up next, a pair of Camaros of different vintages. Kenny left side, 545 the dial. Cliff on the right. He dials 589. Winlight Loveless, 29 green, 590 on a 589. Gets behind to light up the board. Buzzdas was 38 green, 544, 7. 3 thou under the dial in, taking 12 thou at the stripe. Rick Huffman and Chris Galletti. OGCG right side dials 507. Smalls on the left, dial 606. One foul. Separate them. Winlight says Rick Huffman, 009 green, 606 dead 1, 10 total. To light up the Phil's trailer sales scoreboard, Galletti was 008 on this end, but 13th thou worth of finish line leaves him 12th thou under the dial. That would have had to have been real tight. So Huffman moves on. John Helfrich, Morris Hopkins. As they start to get a little mean out there. Helfrich in the left. Dials in 564. Hopkins in the right, the Roadster, dials 581. Hey, attention in the pits. Dragsters, we will take you to the staging lanes at this time as well, please. Dragsters to the staging lanes for round number 3. Dragsters, round number 3 of our Saturday 20K. Dragsters, we need you back. Away we go. 4th out advantage goes John's way. Winlight also goes John's way. Now that is what I call a double breakout drag race. John is 13 green, take 003 to go 562.8 on a 564. That would be 12th thou under. Hopkins was 17 green. He goes 579.8 on a 581. That would also be 12th thou under. The little microscopic numbers courtesy of AccuTime. 5/10,000ths of a second. John's under by less. And we'll move on. Keith Richards, Jason McFarland up next. McFarland, right side of the racetrack, dials 541. Richards on the left, Petersburg, Michigan, dials in 648. Michigan boy in control. Michigan moving on. 002 green for Keith. 647.6. 4th thou under the dial in. Takes 009 to move on. McFarland 15 green, 540 on a 541. He is 7th thou under to bow out. Wayne Pratt, Dan Bain. Wayne on the left. Dials in 592. Dan on the right. The New Mexico contestant dials in 551. Once again, Dragsters, you have been called. Dragsters, you have been called, and we need you now. Dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Pratt's got 3 foul in his pocket and will not turn it into a win light. Bain, 23 green, 551, dead on 8. Gets him 003 worth of finish line. Pratt, 20 green, but 13th thou above. Leaves him behind by just that much. Vince Hernandez. Next up, the Tainted Love Machine. On the left, he will dial in 692 and look to his right and see the 480 dialed Firebird of Rayville, Louisiana's Travis Barnett. And Vince is going to need to be looking way over his right shoulder for a good amount of this run. Vince is away. Here comes Travis. Vince just cut Travis in half on the starting line and will seal the deal. Hernandez, 15 green, 694.2 on a 692 dial-in. Takes 003 worth of finish line. Barnett, 31 on this end, 481.0, one above, and no good. Wes Lofton, Chad Hankins. Up next, Chad on the right out of Winsboro, dials in 540, and Wes on the left out of Groveton. He dials in 549. Two thou, the difference. Advantage, Chad Hankins. Winlight, also Chad Hankins. 15 green, 541.5 is 15th thou above the dial in. Lofton was 17 green, but cannot run the number. 553 on the 549. Leonard Greathouse up next in the right. 565 his dial in. Left side is Ty Farmer. He dials in at 644. A couple of Chevrolets so nice, they named them twice. Chevy 2's a pair. As Ty will get a head start, off he goes. Here comes Leonard. Ty was uncharacteristically 28, and Ty is going to uncharacteristically exit in round number 3. Leonard, your winner, 15 green, 564.9, 1 thou under to get the nod. Farmer, 28 green, 642.4. He's 16 thou under. Would have had to resort to plan Z to stand a chance on that one, and did not. Colton Wheeler. Up next out of Wichita, dials in 602, and Joey Cram. Strange engineering side of the equation. He dials in at 614. Winlight says Colton Wheeler, 017 green, 6037 on a 602. 17 up front and 17 above. Gets him 23 thou worth of finish margin. Joey was 35 and 22 thou above the dial. Bruce White, John Blankenship up next. Blankenship in the left in the Chevy 2. Dials in 537. Bruce White in the right. The Pontiac T1000 out of Stafford. He dials in 673. Bruce was good, but John was better. Winlight says John Blankenship, 004 green, 537, dead 9. To be 13 total. 003 at the finish line. Bruce White, 11 green, 673, dead 5. Cannot quite get there. Brian Harris versus James Cooks. Harris on the right will dial 570. James on the left will dial 538. James Cooks is using all of the available racetrack to traverse the 8th mile and somehow gets by with one. Brian Harris, 12 green, but 800ths worth of finish line, leave him 3 thou under the dial in. James, 85 on this end. Drove about 760 feet to travel 660. Goes 538 dead 4 at a $126. Justin Endicott, Dennis Thomas up next. 607 the dial for Justin, 634 the dial for Dennis. Endicott, of course, in the 56 Chevrolet. Wheels up for both of them. Advantage, this one goes to Endicott, and the Winlight will fall to Justin Endicott. 006 green, 6075. That would be 11 total. Takes 8 thou at the finish line. Thomas, 28 green, and locked out of contention. 633 on a 634. 8 thou under. Cannot make it work. So Casey Ball is going to get a competition single here, it appears. as they are pushing Neil Sherry's machine through the short chute. And we absolutely hate to see that. Very tough break for Neil. Casey will take his solo shot on the motorcycle. 598 the dial in. Casey is 002 green and goes 599.6 on the 598 dial in. Frank Kohotek and Tony Livingood. Your next pair as we fully immerse ourselves into dragsters. Kohotek left side, the Mesquite, Texas contestant dials in 472. Tony Livingood on the right. Tony hopes to continue living good. 485. His dial in. Tony is not going to continue living good today. Frank Kohotek's going to win it 16 green. 472 dead 5 as living good. Let go 0.02 of a second too early. 485 dead 4. If that stayed green, it would have been a heck of a drag race, but it did not. Kohotek will return. Coy Collier versus Vince Taylor. Your next pair of dragsters. Collier left side, Bossier City, Louisiana, dials 460. And Vince Taylor, right side of the racetrack. He dials 473. Attention to the pits, juniors. We will take you to the lanes for round number 1. We do have 3 Sportsman juniors on property, and we would like those to be at the front. So Sportsman to the front, Modified to follow in behind. Win light there goes to Coy Collier, 004 green, 460 dead on 7. Gets there by 7th thou. Taylor, 020 green, and puts it 2 thou under on the top end. Once again, juniors, we need you to the lanes. The 3 Sportsman juniors we have, we need y'all to the front. And the remaining modified juniors file in behind them. Juniors, we need you to the lanes for round number 1. Steve Collier, Tom Wilkinson. Steve would very much like to replicate what Coy just did in front of him. Steve did not replicate what Coy just did in front of him. Tom Wilkinson, 003 green, 498, 1 above, plus 8 thou. Collier was 006 red and 459.9 on the 461 dial. Landon Martinez, Aaron Gibson. Up next. Gibson on the right. Out of Bell, Oklahoma, dials in 426. Landon on the left. Sporting the Manpower Rent-A-Ride today, dials 476. It wasn't that long ago I would never imagine dialed 476 and leaving first by a half a second, but here we are. Well, Landon left first by a little more than half a second, and that's going to work out really good for him. 007, 477, 1 above 9, gets him 200ths worth of finish line. Aaron Gibson missed the tree. Goes 425 on a 426. He's 7th thou under anyway. And Landon on to round number next. Bryson Parks next up, right side, dials 470. Looks to his left and sees Paul Smith. Paul Wade out of Tomball, dials 511. Red light Paul by 1 thou. Bryson moves on 19 up front. 469 is 6 thou under. Paul Wade. 001 red. 511 dead zero. To bow out. Maddie looks displeased. Josh Herman, Carson Wheeler. Wheeler on the right, dials 501. Herman on the left, dials 451. The difference on this one, both of them lean and mean. Win light Josh Herman. 006, 451, dead 8 is good enough as Carson Wheeler. 003, but 200ths for the finish margin leaves him 100th under the dial-in. Had to take 10 or less. Kurt Harvey and Chris Rabina up next. Harvey on the left for Rafter P, dials 490. Rabina on the right, dials 499. Once again, juniors, you have been called to the lanes. Juniors, we need our 3 Sportsman cars to the front and the rest of them behind them. Juniors, you have been called to the lanes. 9 thou. Separate Kurt and Chris, and Kurt is in fact dead sumpin'. 008 green, 490, dead 9, gets him there. 005. Chris was 17 green, goes 499, dead 5, but cannot overcome Kurt Harvey's 008 bulb. Kenny Probst, Curtis Stevenson on track now. Curtis, last night's main event runner-up out of Coffeyville, Kansas, dials in 451. Kenny P, left side of the equation, he dials in 461. Red light start, Kenny by 3 thou. Curtis moves on. Curtis 11 green, 451, dead 6. 17 total. It's KP 003 red, 461, dead on 3. Michael Holcomb and Johnny Ezel up next. Holcomb on the left, dials 447. Ezel on the right, dials 468. Holcomb making the switch from the super class division racing. Coming in bracket racing with us this weekend, and is going to try to keep that going another round. I don't love his chances of keeping it going another round. Win light, Johnny Bracket Racer, 009 green, 469, one above 0. Gets there 200ths. Holcomb 448 on a 447, 15 thou above following the 24 reaction time. Bree Herman and Vince Roberts. Bandamere on the left, 443, her dial in. Vince Roberts on the right, dials 494, and I believe this is going to be our final pair. Because I believe Bree was on the buy run. Bree is going to try to carry the buy run through and will. 29 green, 444, one above 0. Gets behind to make it happen. Roberts, 27 green, but 29 thou worth of finish line. Leaves him 17 thou under the dial to conclude round number 3. Our juniors should be in the staging lanes for their first round of eliminations. Naturally, after that, we'll have round 4 back up and around. And to take you through the upcoming rounds will be everybody's favorite track announcer, David Radden.
Just about ready to continue today's racing with junior dragsters. I need one more Sportsman car. Sportsman class racers, that's 1050 and slower. Got 3 of those going to go racing today. Need one of you to the staging lanes. Got 2, looking for a 3rd Sportsman class car. Modified eliminator goes 1049 and quicker. Our older, more experienced competitors get to run in that class. Actually, there is no age restriction on which class you run. It's strictly by ET. However, as you can well imagine, the youngsters are just like us oldsters. We want to go quick and we want to go fast just as soon as we can do that. So the addiction sets in early and the need for speed goes on. Quicker the better. Final call, junior dragsters. Final call, junior dragsters. We think we're missing one. Would hate to leave you out. Final call, junior dragsters, specifically junior dragster sportsman. Final call.
Junior Dragster Modified, round number 1, coming your way with Riley Spell, dialed at 816, taking on Jaylee Jones, dialed at 793, first pair out. Just about ready to light the fires. Welcome, everybody, to Xtreme Raceway Park on the 4th of July, 2026, 250 years of American independence. Happy to celebrate it with you here. To those of you tuning in on the live stream, happy to have you joining us, as we have got a house full of hot rods, and we are bringing you the Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown, presented by Carter Maxwell, Rafter P Construction, Get 'em Carbs, and Larice Motorsports Insurance. Jaylee Jones going to take the right-hand side of the racetrack, the strange engineering lane or the ProTech inspection lane. Pick one. I'll pick several. 793 the dial in for Jaylee. Jaylee's been to 2 final rounds in 2 races of 2 days of junior dragster racing. Hoping to make it 3 final rounds in a row. If you're going to win the last one, you got to win the first one, or the buyback round. Jaylee's dialed at 793. Her opponent, Riley Spell, going first, dialed at 816 in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco, Wills Point Chevrolet lane. 2300's head start for the conventional motor car on the tower side of the track. Staged and ready, green lights on both sides. Riley out front, Jaylee trying to run him down, and the wind light comes on for Jaylee. 795 at 81.1 miles an hour. Riley 828, 12 over at a 78.8 mile per hour pace. Jaylee held 2 at the starting line, goes 2 over, and takes 125, takes .125 at the finish line for the win light. Next pair of junior dragsters in our modified class coming your way. Cash Pennington and Landon Graves. Landon on the right side is dialed under 8 flat, 797 the dial for Graves. Pennington on the left side dialed 906. Junior dragster modified, they dialed 1049 or quicker. Green light tower side, red light spectator side. Landon goes red, Cash Pennington goes on to the next round. 001 reaction time for Cash. He's on it. 899. Out the back door at 73.2 miles an hour because the wind light was on. Landon Graves, 32 red, 792 at the top end at 81.5 miles an hour. Lane Swift and Paxton Tonneson. Next to the starting line, Paradise, Texas and Prosper, Texas. Home domicile for these 2 racers. Paradise is northwest of Fort Worth. Prosper straight north of Dallas. 792 and 903 the dial ins. Tower side goes first. Green lights both sides. Close reaction times. Making their way down Route 660, and the wind light is in the strange lane. 791, 82 miles an hour to 898 at 70.69. Paxton breaks out by 1/10,000th. Lane breaks out by a lot more than that. So Paxton Tonneson is going to get a win light and go to round number 2 in junior modified.
Next up, going to be driver Spencer in the strange engineering lane with a 796 dial doing the chasing. Harper Stagg's going to try to run off and hide with a 9 flat dialed in to the Texas Bounty Huntress dragster in the Wills Point forward lane. It's a red light on the right side of the racetrack. Driver Spencer, 011 red. Puts a wind light in the Wills Point forward lane, 907, 70 miles an hour for Harper Staggs. 8 flat with a 9 for driver Spencer. And they'll be heading to the ladies' lounge for that rut row ticket. Get a chance to come back in that re-entry round. Kaysen Powers and Mikey Hammers next up. Kaysen left side dials 885. Going to be going first. Mikey Hammers doing the pursuing, dialed at 803. Wimberley, Texas, and Kaufman, Texas, home for these racers. Kaufman kind of in the jurisdiction around where this racetrack is located. Wimberley, bit southwest of here. Actually, a long way south and a little west of here. Down the racetrack, wind light, strange side, 809, 79.5 miles an hour. Mikey Hammers gets it done, holds 8 at the starting line, holds 1 at the finish line, almost 2. 886, 1 over for Kaysen Powers. Starting line edge for Mikey Hammers gets the job done. As we run the big cars, there are quite a few of those competitors that got their start in the junior dragsters. Junior dragsters got rolling in 1992. Has graduated a whole lot of racers that run everything from brackets to index to pro mod to top fuel to funny car. Carter Poplowski and Hudson Partney at the starting line, 812 and 805. Carter going first, dialed at 812. In the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. Green and green, here we go. Across the finish line, the wind lights in the strange lane, 807, 2 over at 79.8 miles an hour. Carter got there first, but goes too quick. Runs 810 on the 812 dial in. Held 4 at the starting line. Took the stripe, took 085 at the finish line, and it was too quick. Hudson Partney gets that win. Austin Hammers, part of that Hammers racing team. At the starting line in the Wills Point Ford lane with an 898 dial in. Bentley McCabe from Midlothian at the starting line on the right side of the center stripe in the ProTech inspection lane, dialed at 890.
Well, that took 5/100ths of a second, as that was the red light for Austin Hammers. Runs 9:01, but the red light at the starting line put a win light in the Strange Engineering lane for Bentley McCabe. 8:89 with a 6, 73.1 miles an hour. McCabe with the win. Fires lit on our next pair, C.J. Roberts and Cash Branham. C.J. got the win in the Junior Dragster Gambler race on Thursday afternoon. C.J.'s on the tower side, dialed at 852 and going first against Cash Branham. Cash is dialed quick at 790. Cash goes too quick at the starting line, turns on that red light. That'll put a win light in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane for C.J. Roberts. C.J. dead on with a 4 at 76.4 miles an hour. Branham 3 over, 82.4 miles an hour. Addie Lee Ferris, tower side. Mia Meadows, spectator side. Addie Lee got the win in yesterday's Junior Dragster race. She's dialed 802. It's going to go first down that Wills Point Chevrolet lane. Mia Meadows doing the chasing in the Protect lane. We are staged, and we are racing. Both drivers with green lights on their side of the Christmas tree, and the win light's going to come on in the Strange lane. 795, 1 over at 78 miles an hour. Adelie Ferris gave up a little at the starting line, goes 8 flat and breaks out. Mackenzie Roberts and Chase Porcher. Next up, Chase on the right side, dial 790. Mackenzie on the left side, dial 790. We got us a heads-up drag race, folks. Well, trying to wiggle that one in. There it is. At the finish line, Winlight Tower side, Mackenzie 796 at 75.1 miles an hour. At a sizable advantage at the starting line, Chase goes 791, 1 over at 79.2 miles an hour.
So Jaylee Jones, Cash Pennington, Paxton Tonninson, Harper Staggs, Mikey Hammers, and Hudson Partney, along with Bentley McCabe, Mia Meadows, C.J. Roberts, and Mackenzie Roberts, all get win lights in that first round of Junior Dragster Modified. Moving now to Junior Dragster Sportsman. Corbin Pennington and Pepper Houston going to lead us off. Corbin's got a 12-11 dialed in on the tower side of the racetrack. It's 900's head start against Pepper Houston. Pepper's dialed at 12:02. Both drivers in deep. Red light right side, Pepper. Green light left side, Corbin. At the finish line, 11:97 to 11:92. 54 miles per hour for both dragsters. Wind light tower side, Corbin Pennington. Palmer Russell draws the bye run in the first round at Junior Sportsman. 12:10 the posted dial in the ProTech inspection lane. No box round 4. Let's get you in the staging lanes, please. No box round 4. Come to the staging lanes now, please. Palmer Russell with the green light takes it across the 8th mile with a 12:08, 53.5 miles an hour. No box. No box to the staging lanes, please, for your 4th round. Once again, racers, if you did not get a win light in any matchup so far, you're not still in competition, you do have the opportunity to continue racing. That is the duck race, and this is round number 4 coming up, so after this round, we'll give everybody that doesn't get a win light in round 4 the opportunity to get their duck race entry. $80, no time trials, no buybacks, $3,000 to win. Yep, that's worth chasing, and I'm sure a lot of you are going to. Certainly love to see you racing anyway. So I hope you've already got your duck race entry. That's coming up after round number 4 in the Super Pro main event. Okay. Duck race coming up after round 5, so's you knows. So, no box round number 4 is coming up. I am missing one car. So, if you are that missing no box competitor, bring it to the staging lanes. We would really hate to start without you. Super Pro door cars, Super Pro door cars. Start making your way to the staging lanes for round 4. Super Pro door cars, make your way to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro door cars, you're coming to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro door cars, Super Pro door cars, lanes 3 and 4. Let's get you to the staging lanes, please. This is round number 4, no box. And this is a Saturday morning at Kennedale flashback. Jake Howard and Austin Williams. Jake's on the tower side, dialed at 630. Austin is on the spectator side, dialed at 595. Jake gets 3,500's head start. Dime versus Brat. Driver staged, and here we go. Red light right side, AW 026 red. Gonna hand that one over to Jake Howard. Jake runs 31 on the 30 dial, 108.5 miles an hour. That car has run 630. That truck has run 630 all but twice. Went down with a 629 and just got a win light via red light with a 631. 031 green and a 1 over 631. Jake Howard goes to the next round. Next up, Casey Baugh and Lucas Thomas. Mount Pleasant. Bo Pilgrim country over there. And Casey Baugh from West, Texas. .605 and 617, 1200's head start for Lucas in the dime. $18 red for Thomas, 14 green for Baugh. Dead 6, 116, good for a win, Casey Baugh. Lucas breaks out, but the win light was already in the other lane. Casey Baugh will advance to the next round. Chad Sandlin and Justin Cervantes next at the starting line. Justin in the G-body, 601 is the dial. Chad goes with an even number this time, puts a 616 on it. Man, that launch. Green lights both sides, win light strange side. 007 on the tree and a 1 over 602 with an 8 for Cervantes, good for the win. 15 with a 7 on a 16 dial. Chad breaks out, unfortunately gave up 5 at the starting line, and that was more than what Justin needed. Well, racers and race fans, do stay hydrated. Probably not a secret that it's on the warm side out there. Super Pro Dragsters, let me get you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro Dragsters. Super Pro main event Dragsters, lanes 5 and 6, come on down. Junior dragsters, your buybacks are available at the ladies' lounge. Make sure you get yourself back in and chase that purse. Modified and Sportsman both being run today. Did not get a win light in your first round matchup, you are eligible to buy back. And No Box and Super Pro Racers. Rounds 1 through 5, you find yourself out of competition after any of those rounds. The duck race is for you, and it is still available. Pick up that duck race entry. $80 at the pavilion at the ladies' lounge. Melvin Goss out of Caddo Mills brings a Vega hatchback to the starting line in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco Lane. Got a 560 dialed in on it. Taking on James Cooks. From Denton, Texas in a Gen 3 Camaro, it's dialed at 537. 2300s spread at the starting line. Between the two. Both drivers with green lights on their side of the Christmas tree. And the win light's going to be in the Phil's Trailer Sales lane. Melvin puts it on the red line and goes 560 with a 0. 18 package for Melvin Goss. Going to get a win, 537 dead 7, but gave up 3 at the starting line, did Cooks. So Melvin Goss is moving on. Next pair going to be Rick Huffman and Leonard Greathouse. Chevy Chevette and Chevy Nova. 564 and 606. The dial ends. Red light for Huffman. 10 red, 21 green on the right. Win light in the strange lane. Greathouse 564, dead 9. 121.75 miles an hour. 606, dead 3, but red at the start. Same song, 11th verse. John Boy Blankenship, past Super Pro champion down at Kennedale, America, puts the Chevy Nova in the infrareds, dialed at 538, taking on Dan Bain, who's got the Camaro out of New Mexico, dialed at 551. Bow tie, win light, strange side, 551, another dead on with a for Dan Bain. Dead on with a 3 plus 9 is a 12 pack for Dan Bain. That'll get it to the next round. 32 margin at the stripe, 2 over 540 for John Boy at 128.3 miles an hour. Super Pro Dragsters. Bring them to the staging lanes for your round 4. Vince Hernandez, the tainted Chevy Love. $691 and $591. The dial ins. Cliff Loveless in that 1967 vintage Chevrolet Camaro was on the right side. Going to spot Vince 1 second in the truck. Green lights both sides. And the win light goes to the Camaro. Cliff Lovelace holds 2 at the starting line, holds 1 at the finish line, goes 2 over at 593. It's a 1 over 692 for Hernandez. And the Tainted Love truck going to the duck race. Chad Hankins and Keith Richards up next. Keith has got that Vega hatchback from Petersburg, Michigan, dialed at 647. Gets a 107 head start against Chad Hankins in the Chevy Nova from Winsboro. Strange Side with the win, 541, 1 over at 127.4 miles an hour. Breakout for Richards, 646 on a 47 dial. Chad Hankins puts the white Nova into the next round. Junior Dragsters to staging. Junior Dragsters to staging for your re-entry, your second round. John Helfrich, Forney, Texas. Cutlass Calais, 563. The dial in on the tower side. Colton Wheeler from Wichita, Kansas. Hoping to add a stack of that money going back to Kansas. For his own self. He's dialed at 602. It's 563 left side. And win light is in the strange lane. That makes a 1 over 603 at 112.9 miles an hour. Colton keeping those Kansas racers' hopes alive for another victory in this $20,000 showdown. Helfrich goes 1 over 564 at 122 miles an hour. Reaction times were 3/10,000ths apart. Margin at the stripe was 2/1000, and it went to Wheeler. Justin Endicott and Casey Baugh next to the starting line. 598 right side, 607 left side, 900ths. Head start to the door car. Staged and rolling. Double O reaction times both sides. This one's going to be close. Win light tower side, Justin Endicott, 608, 1 over at 114, takes 5/10,000ths at the stripe for the win. 599, 1 over on the right side, 116 miles an hour. Casey was 006, Justin was 009. At the finish line, it could not have been much closer. 5/10,000ths for the 56. Moving into dragsters, Coy Collier and Bryson Parks. 460 left side, 470 right side. Louisiana left side, Texas right side. Super Pro main event moving to the dragsters. $20,000 on the line for the winner of this whole main event showdown. Coy goes red. 4,000's red for Coy Collier and a 487 as he's saving it for next time. Bryson Parks goes 496, 111 miles an hour, also saving it for later. Got a green light on his side, and that put a win light flashing by the time he got past the Christmas tree. He could see that. Josh Herman, Tom Wilkinson next to the starting line. Josh on the left with a 451 dial. Going to be the Hound. Tom Wilkinson on the right, going to be the Rabbit, dialed at 498. Junior Dragsters, come on down. Junior Dragsters. Come on down, Junior Dragsters, to your staging area. Need you now. I'm like in excess. Need you now. Winlight Tower side, Josh Herman, 456, 5 over at 141. Tom Wilkinson dead on with a 2, but gives up 8 at the starting line. That's not going to go your way. Tough break for Tom Wilkinson's effort to get that 20,000. Josh Herman is still in. Landon Martinez, Dickinson, Texas Tower side, 477 the dial. And Kurt Harvey from Greenville, Texas, 491 the dial for Kurt in the Rafter P construction car. At the finish line, put a win light on the Tower side. Mo, goodness gracious, 491 with a 006 on the starting line reaction time. Kurt Harvey got there first, but breaks out. Landon Martinez dead on with a 5, 143 miles an hour, and moves on to round number 5. Johnny Ezel, Tower side of the racetrack, 468 the dial, taking on Frank Kohotek. Frank moves it up 1 to 472. 400's head start for the dragster in the spectator lane. Winlight Tower side, Johnny Ezel, 468, dead on with a 0, 6-pack. Gets it done. Frank goes 470, breaks out at 146. Gave up 1 at the starting line, takes 7th thou at the finish line. Ezel, 468, dead on with a 0 and 006 on the tree. 6-pack to the next round. Those sticky Mickeys from Carter Maxwell keep showing up at the starting line. Those win lights keep coming on. Bree Bandemere, Pueblo, Colorado, Tower side of the racetrack, 444. And Curtis Stevenson from Coffeyville, Kansas, 452. 800's head start to Stevenson, your runner-up from the $20,000 race yesterday. Not today. Goes red. 5,000's red, and Bree's going to move on. 443, 155, and a win light. Junior dragster time. Junior dragster time. Once again, junior dragsters, need you in the staging area. Junior dragsters, it's time for you to run. Should be in the staging lanes right about now.
I see that shore fading into the firelight. No second chances, no trying to make it right. I've staked my claim and it's my name on your lips. That's all I need when we abandon ship. They'll call us crazy, diving into the night. But sometimes too wrong is making unhinged right. Burn the boats, light 'em up, can't retreat, can't give up. We're too far gone to let this fade. Strike a match, torch your sins. There's no way back and nowhere else to roam. So burn the boats, 'cause baby, we're home. Ain't going back to tiptoeing every line. I don't need no apron, take off your suit and tie. We need the wild and free, no waving white flags. 'Cause if they're gonna catch us, they will never take us alive. Burn the boats, light 'em up, can't retreat, can't give up. We're too far gone to let this fade. Strike a match, torch the sands. There's no way back and nowhere else to roam. So burn the boats, 'cause baby, we the ashes falling. Baby, we're going all in. 'Cause the new world's calling. We'll be together, sink or swim. With the ashes falling. Baby, we're going all in. 'Cause the new world's calling. We'll be together. Burn the boats, light 'em up. Can't retreat, can't give up. Too far gone to let this fade. Strike a match, torch the sands. There's no way back and nowhere else to roam. So burn the boats, 'cause baby, we baby, we're home.
Time for a little junior dragster action as we're going to lead it off with modified Carter Poplowski and Harper Staggs. 902 the dial for Harper on the right side of the center stripe in the spectator lane. And Carter's on the tower side, dialed at 809.
From the backwoods, thought I never would.
Green lights on both sides of the racetrack, and the win light is in the Phil's trailer sales lane. 813, 74.7 miles an hour, beats a 903 at 71.5 miles an hour. Carter holds 8 at the starting line and holds 5 at the finish line to move on. Jaylee Jones from Maybank brings the Electro Dragster up on the starting line with a 795 dialed in. Riley Spell from Jennings, Louisiana, going to be on the spectator side of the racetrack. 831 the dial. 3600's head start for the Dragster in the Protec lane. Jaylee 001 red puts a win light on the right side of the racetrack, and 821 at 77 miles an hour out the back door for Riley Spell. 792 for Jaylee, 81.6 miles an hour. Bentley McCabe, Midlothian, 890 the dial in. Tower side. Wills Point Ford lane. Landon Graves, spectator side, 795 the dial in. Protec inspection lane. All right, race fans joining us through the live stream. Once again, always happy to have you here at Going Bracket Racing. Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown from Xtreme Raceway Park. Junior Dragsters racing right now. Got a red light on the tower side for Bentley McCabe. Landon Graves is going to take that win light, move on into round number 3. Next pair of junior dragsters. Paxton Tonneson, tower side. Kason Powers, spectator side. 792 and 885 the dial ins. The blue car in the Protec lane on the spectator side going first. Three pair down the racetrack. Pair number 4, Junior Dragster Modified at the starting line. Into the pre-stage, Paxton Tonneson. Kason Powers. Turns on the top bulb. We're looking for 2 more. Kason in the stage position. Paxton makes it both. Green lights both sides of the racetrack. Kason out front. Paxton in hot pursuit. Across the finish line, the win light's going to be on the Phil's side of the racetrack. 791 in a double breakout drag race. Kason breaks out more, so Paxton is moving on. Cash Branham and Addie Lee Ferris at the starting line. Addie Lee got the win in last night's race. Puts an 8 flat dial in on the dragster. Cash Branham puts a 790
Dial in on the dragster in the Wills Point Chevy lane. Pair of greens and we're rolling. Strange side, Protect side, 801, 81.7 miles an hour, good for the win. Takes out Cash Branham 789, breakout passed at 81.6 miles an hour. Addie Lee holds 3 at the start, holds 1 at the finish. It's enough. Driver Spencer and Lane Swift. Our next pair, 897 and 798 to dial ins. Lane takes the right side in a dragster from Paradise, Texas. And is going to go first. 9900's head start. Both drivers with a good start. And the wind light's in the strange lane. Lane Swift, 9 flat, 69.4 miles an hour. Driver Spencer got to the finish line first, but goes too quick. Runs 795 on a 798 dial in. That puts the wind light back over on the right side of the center stripe for Lane Swift. Mikey Hammer's right side, Mia Meadows' left side. 803 and 794 the dial ins. Mikey going first. 900's head start for the white car. At the finish line, put a wind light in the strange lane as Mikey Hammers goes 805 at 79.5 miles an hour. Mia breaks out 792 at 82.4 miles an hour. Mikey holds 16 at the starting line, holds 11 at the finish. Austin Hammers and C.J. Roberts. Next up, 855 and 898 the dial-ins. Green lights both sides. Wind light tower side, 906 at 71 miles per hour, beats an 851 at 76.7. CJ takes 15 at the finish line, breaks out. Austin Hammer's going to go on. Hudson Partney and Mackenzie Roberts, your next pair. Partney with an 806 dial in, tower side. Mackenzie dials 790 on the spectator side. 1600s head start for Hudson.
Tension in the pits. No box main event. No box main event. That's the semifinal. I need you to the staging lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. No box main event. Semifinalists. Lanes 1 and 2. Green lights both sides. Partney versus Roberts. At the finish line, put a win light in the strange lane. McKenzie 794 at 78 miles an hour. Hudson 815 at 79.8. Hudson holds 2 at the starting line, gives it all back plus 2. McKenzie gets there first by 24. Cash Pennington with the bye run. .001 on the tree. 804 the dial in. Runs 9 flat, 71 miles an hour. Pepper Houston and Palmer Russell at the starting line. Palmer going first down that right side lane with a 1208 dial in. Pepper's got an 1190 dialed in on the tower side. Pepper goes red, so Palmer Russell will advance. Corbin Pennington, 1197 with the bye run. $11.97 the dial for Corbin Pennington. Bringing that car carefully into the pre-stage. $15 red on the reaction time, $11.97 the dial, $12.05 the ET at 53.6. miles an hour.
Hey, attention in the pit area. Vince Hernandez, we need you to the ladies' lounge, please. Vince Hernandez. If you could please head over to the ladies' lounge, they need you. Vince Hernandez. Need you to the ladies' lounge. All remaining main event cars, we would love to see you in the staging lanes. All remaining cars in $20,000 main event Saturday, we need you to the lanes. Door cars to lanes 3 and 4, dragsters to lanes 5 and 6, please. All remaining competitors in competition for our $20,000 main event. Bring them on down. Your semifinal round of 2K No Box on the starting line. Casey Ball will take on Jake Howard. Both of these competitors took the risky business option and would love to turn on 2 more win lights and get put in the 20K main event. Casey Ball on the motorcycle, dial 605 on the left side of the racetrack. Jake Howard lines up on the right. He dials 631 as Jake will bring it up on the converter, and Casey will push his way into the stage beam. Red light start, Casey Ball. 004 red for Casey. Jake Howard was 002 red in front of him. And that is a true start victory for Jake Howard. 002 red, 631 dead 3 to secure a spot in the final against Justin Cervantes. Cervantes on his bye run on the starting line right now. The Chevelle dials in 6 flat. And oh, by the way, Justin is also on the risky business option. Cervantes 43 green and rings up 601. 1 hund above 0 on the 6 flat dial. And so your final round of no box will be Jake Howard versus Justin Cervantes. Cervantes will have lane choice, courtesy of the 043 bulb. No matter what the result of the no box final round is, one of them will be going in to the $20,000 main event. Speaking of the $20,000 main event, all y'all have been called to the lanes. Door cars, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. Dragsters, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. All remaining main event competitors have been called to the staging lanes. Final call, main event, round number 5. Final call, main event. We're missing one car. Final call, you've all been called. We're missing one. We need you, and we need you now. Super Pro approaches the starting line. Your door cars will kick us off first. Melvin Goss versus Leonard Greathouse. Leonard on the right in the Chevy twice. Dials in 564. Melvin Goss, left side of the equation. We'll dial in at 560. 12 cars remain. Duck Racers, y'all are going to follow this round of the main event. So no box Duck Racers, you are currently on standby for round number 1. Start thinking about getting them ready. No box Ducks, you're on standby. As Melvin and Leonard are in the pre-stage beams. $18 foul advantage goes to Greathouse. Winlight, Leonard, Greathouse. 002 green, 565, one above 2. He's 14 total. Takes 005 at the stripe to light up the board. Melvin Goss was 20 on this end and mathematically locked out. Puts her under by 1,000 trying to get there. And Leonard Greathouse moves on to the round of 6. Justin Endicott next up. Dan Bain on the other side of the equation. Endicott left side, dials 608 in the 56 Chevrolet. Bain on the right, the runner out of New Mexico. He dials in 551. Endicott kicks a red by 9 foul. Dan Bain moves on. 18 green, 551 dead 7. To advance, Endicott was 009 red and 19 thou above. Chad Hankins versus Cliff Lovelace. Up next. Once again, Duck Racers, you're going to follow this round of the main event, so start getting them ready. Duck Racers, you will follow this round, and you're on standby. Chad Hankins left side, dials 541. Cliff Lovelace on the right, dials 591. So exactly one bulb is going to go to Cliff. And there the one bulb come and went. Advantage Lovelace. Win light, Cliff Lovelace. 012 on the Christmas tree. 594 and a 591. He's 32 thou above. Takes 008 worth of finish line to take down Chad Hankins. Hankins was 26 green, 543 on a 541, 27 thou above, and cannot get there. As Josh Herman and Colton Wheeler square off next. Colton, the Wichita, Kansas-based S-Dime, dials in 601 on the Strange Engineering side of the racetrack. Josh Herman in the Dragster out of Colorado, dials 449. Attention in the pits, no box Duck Racers. We need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. No box Ducks, we need you for round number 1. 9 thou separate them. Win like Colton Wheeler. 015 green, 603 on a 601 is 21 thou above the dial in. Herman was 24 green and 26 thou above. As I'm pretty sure he said, I'm not getting there. Goodbye. Gets 13 thou behind, but it doesn't work. Johnny Ezel and Bryson Parks on the starting line. Once again, no box Duck Racers. We need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. No box Ducks for round number 1 of your eliminations. No box Ducks. We need you to the staging lanes. Johnny Bracket Racer, Phil's Trailer Sales side of the racetrack. He will dial 468. Bryson Parks on the right, dials 470. Bryson Parks moving on, 17 green, 470, dead 8 to get there first by 23 thou. Johnny missed it on the let go. He's 33 green. Puts it 16 thou above for the L. Bree Bandemir and Landon Martinez. Bree is still carrying the bye run from I don't know how many rounds ago, And she's going to need to turn on a couple more wind lights if she wants to use it. She dials 444. Landon Martinez on the right dials 477. We are dead even. 003's up front. Wind light, Bree Herman. 003 green. 443.9. She's 1 thou under the dial in. Landon was also 003 green. Takes 004 worth of finish line to be 6 thou under. Had to take 2 or less or get behind. 003, take 004 is going to win more than it doesn't. But it didn't win that one, and Bree moves on. No box ducks, we need you to the lanes. If you have been eliminated from competition in the main event, and that includes this round we just ran, you are eligible to get into the duck race. One more shot at glory you do have, my friends. If you are out of competition, including the round we just completed, head on over to the ladies' lounge and get in the duck race. No box ducks, you should be in the lanes. We'll be rolling y'all around oh so shortly. Once again, anyone not in competition of the main event, you are more than welcome to get into the duck race for your chance at $3,000. Round number 1 of the duck race is starting to filter their way into the lanes. Our no box competitors should be there. But if you just went out in round number 5, swing by the ladies' lounge, pay your $80 for a chance at $3,000, and you can join part of the fun too. Final call, no box ducks. Final call, no box duck racers for round number 1. If you're not here, you're late. Final call, no box ducks. We need you. And we need you now. Our no box ducks about to come around. Super Pro door car ducks. We need you to lanes 3 and 4 now. Super Pro door car duck racers to lanes 3 and 4. Door car ducks. Bring them up to lanes 3 and 4. I hear a quacking noise coming from the starting line. Oh, hey guys. Tim Stuckey and Kevin Goss going to kick off our no box ducks. Kevin Goss on the strange side of the racetrack will dial a 670. Tim Stuckey left side, the Ardmore-based Malibu dials in 627. Once again, door car duck racers, we need you to the lanes. Door car duck racers, we need you to the staging lanes. $300 is what Tim has in his pocket, and Tim has a win light in his pocket as well. 16 green, 630 is 39 thou above the dial in, taking a 17 thou strike. Kevin Goss was 46 on this end and 26 thou above on that end, and no good. Jerry Simmental and Derek Patton up next. Jerry left side of the Mustang. He dials a 720. Dirty D on the right in the Patton Racing Maverick. He dials 642. Winlight Jerry Simmental, 19 green, 727 on a 720. He's 78 thou above and gets there first by 8 thousandths of a second. Patton completely missed the tree. Goes 643 on a 642. He's 12 thou above and 8 thou behind at the finish line. Daryl Sorey and Hayden Pennington. Up next. Pennington on the right, dials 659. Sorey on the left. The full-size GMC pick-em-up truck. He dials 594, and I wonder, how much horsepower do you need to make a full-size GMC truck run 590s? In the heat. It's impressive. DLR approved. Off goes Hayden. Here comes Daryl. Daryl's got a whole lot of work to do and is not going to pull it off. Hayden, your winner, 17 green, 661 on the 659 dial-in. Gets there first by 2/100ths of a second. Sorry, 32 on this end, 597.34 thou above on that end to end his campaign. Rodolfo Cepeda Jr. and Rocky G. Rocky in the Maverick on the right. We'll dial 649. Rodolfo in the truck on the left. He dials 7 flat. Dead even up front. Winner picker says Rocky G. 35 green, 650 on a 649 is 15 thou above. Gets him 22 thou worth of finish line. Rodolfo is also 35 green, but runs 38 thou above to come up unsuccessful. Daryl Patton and Michael Graves. Patton, left side, dials 584. Graves on the right, dials 635. Reaction time advantage goes Patton's way, and the win light does as well. Patton 585.3, 13 thou above the dial-in. Gets him 2/100ths worth of finish line after an 019 bulb. Graves 37 up front, 636.5 on a 635, 15 thou above. Behind from gate to gate. And Daryl Patton moves on to round number 2. Casey Ball and Greg Akers. Akers in the right, dials 7 flat. Casey Ball on the left, he dials 598. They stay green. Casey Ball will bring the two-wheeled machine back around for round number next. Casey is 045 up front. And 599 on a 598 is good enough. As Greg was 67 green, he's under by 6 thou. He only took 2 thou. And that math does not add up in any positive fashion for Greg Akers. Casey moves on. Hey, attention to the pits. Dragster Duck Racers. We'll take you to the lanes now. Dragster Ducks. We need you to the staging lanes. Max McLaughlin, Richie Powers on the racetrack. Mad Max has 34 thou to work with. Mad Max says, I didn't even need that much, but I'll take it. 30 green, 6084 and a 607 dial in moves McLaughlin to round number 2. Richie with 64 green and 5 thou under and behind. Lucas Thomas, Chris Pope. Your next pair, once again, Dragster Duck Racers. We need you to the staging lanes at this time. Dragster Duck Racers. Quack, quack, y'all. Dragsters to the staging lanes. Lucas Thomas, left side, dial 615. Chris Pope on the right will dial 603. $100 is the difference. But the win light will go to Lucas Thomas. 11 green, 614.3 on a 615 dial. He's under by 7. Taking 009. Chris Pope, 21 green, 6023 on the 603. He's also under by 7 thou. Go out to the next digit by 3/10,000ths of a second. Lucas Thomas is under by less and will move on. Maverick Roselle and Clark Humphrey. Maverick on the left in the Sweet Love Machine. Dials in 604. Clark on the right in the Camaro. Dials in 571. Again, Dragster Ducks, you have been called. Dragster Duck Racers, you have been called, and you should be in or en route to the staging lanes at this time. Dragster Ducks, come on down. Quad zeros on one side of my screen. Win light says Maverick Roselle. 0.0000 on the reaction timer. 6089 on a 604 lights up the Phil's Trailer Sales scoreboard. Humphrey was 39 green and had absolutely nowhere to go. 530 or 570 on a 571, 7 thou under. In a losing effort. Austin Williams, Larry Harrison. A-Dub on the left, the Pro 1 Brat. Dials in 591. Harrison on the right in the Camaro. Dials in 567. One of the most common race cars you see around, paired up against one of, if not the most uncommon, well, let's not forget the Geo. The second most uncommon race car you see around. They're in. They're away. Winlight Larry, 003 green, 567 dead, 9 to be 12 total. Gets him 7 thou worth of finish line. A-Dub was 22 on this end and 10 thou ineligible for the remaining 660 feet of Xtreme Raceway Park. 590 with a 7 on a 591, 3 thou under and behind anyway. We'll send Larry Harrison to round number 2. Ethan Marr versus Stephen Hughes. Stephen Hughes, right side of the racetrack, will dial in at 550. Ethan Marr on the left dials in 555. This ought to be pretty good. Door handle to door handle action. It's pretty good door handle to door handle action, especially if your name apparently if your name is Stephen Hughes. My goodness. 30 green, 552 on a 550 as something I believe went horribly wrong on Ethan Marr's machine. Ethan Marr 005 green, but 563 on a 555 is way over the dial-in. Steve-O 30 and 25 thou above, taking a chunk. Guillermo Tiarina up next on the left, we'll dial in 616. He looks to his right, sees Jason McFarland. McFarland puts 540 on the dial-in board. Advantage Guillermo, and Guillermo punches his ticket to round number 2. Guillermo 21 green and 618 on the 616, gets him 100th worth of stripe. McFarland was 36 green and 541 on a 540, no good. Ty Farmer and Dennis Lithgow. Hey Ty, thanks for letting me drive your car earlier. I'm sorry I suck. It was fun though. Farmer left side in Jimmy's Nova, dials in 641. Lithgow on the right in the Roadster, dials in 489. Advantage goes Farmer's way. Winlight goes Farmer's way. 23 green, dead 5, gets him 1 single thou worth of finish line. Lithgow was 37 green and 488.2 on the 489. He's 8 thou under and couldn't get there anyway. Ty Farmer moves on. Trent Wilson versus Eli Barnett. On track now, Barnett, Rayville, Louisiana, where the Barnett clan calls home. 610 the dial in. Trent Wilson on the left, dial 620. $14,000, separate them, win light. Ooh, win light is going to go to Trent Wilson. Wilson is 19 green, 618.6 on the 620 dial in. He's 14,000 under. Barnett was 005, but 25,000 worth of finish line puts him 25,000 under. 6075 on a 610 ends his campaign. As Doug Lawrence lines up the 57 on the right side and dials 583. Brian Self lines up the Crater S10. He'll dial 526. 1,000 is the difference in favor of Brian Self. The win light is also in favor of Brian Self. 19 up front, 526, dead donut. Gets there first by 13 thousandths of a second. Lawrence 20 green, 584.2 is 12,000 above and behind. Final call, round number 1, duck racers. You've all been summoned to come quack with us. Final call, round number 1, duck racers. You've all been called. You should all be here. Keith Richards versus Brandon Caples. Caples on the right, out of West Monroe, dials in 458. Just like Galletti said yesterday, whenever you're setting wheelie bars on a bracket car, it's pretty stinking cool, I gotta say. Keith Richards on the left, dial 646. As Brandon's gonna have a little time to sit there and wait on this one. Brandon's going to have 4.58 seconds to look at his win light as well. As Keith Richards is 014 RED. Goes 649 on a 646. Brandon Caples, 26 green. 460 on a 458. He's 26,000 above the dial in. To advance, Wendy McFarland and Travis Barnett. Wendy, Travis, Wendy. Well, now that we're acquainted. Wendy will line the wagon up on the tower side. Dials in 628. Barnett, spectator side of the racetrack, will dial in at 480 and give chase. $3,000 advantage to the fast car. Win light goes to Barnett. 020 green, 481 on a 480, 16,000 above the dial in. McFarland was 23 green, but 23,000 worth of finish line leaves her 100 under. She had to take 13 or less. Jarrett Lofton and Quade Dozier up next. Jarrett fans the burnout smoke out of the Nova and inches towards the starting line. Dozier on the right dials in 526. Lofton on the left dials in 608 as 4 bulbs are lit. Off and away. Advantage Quade Dozier, but the win light says the Phil's trailer sales side. Jarrett Lofton moving on, 39 green, 608, dead 8. Gets there by 100th. Dozier 21 on this end, 529.7 on the 526. Does not succeed. Carson Wheeler up next on the Strange Engineering side. Dials in 530, looks to his left and sees Wes Lofton. Wes just saw his son get away with one and is going to try to do the same. 549, what Wes says his Chevy 2 is going to go. Doesn't need to get away with one. He had it pretty well handled. 005 green for West, 553 on a 549. Gets him 16 thou worth of stripe. Carson missed it. Goes 631 on a 630. 17 thou above. And cannot get there. David Brodnax and Andre Rodriguez. Up next, Rodriguez and Old Lucky. Right side of the racetrack, dial 645. Brodnax in the Rampage ride, dial 666. Over here on the tower side. 7,000 separate them. Rodriguez with the advantage, and Andre will be back. 008 green, 646 on a 645. Brodnax 15 green, but 14 thou worth of finish line. Leaves him 9 thou under. Derek Patton and Rodolfo Cepeda Jr. Derek on the left, 646 the dial in, off the bottom. Cepeda on the right, dials in 701. Derek Patton gets a free ride to round number 2. 009 green airs it out to go 641 on a 646, 500 under. Cepeda, 008 red, 704 on a 701 to end his day. Your crossover pair as the first dragster of the round makes his appearance, Kaylee Phillips and Tony Coates. Tony and the dragster. That'd be the long skinny thing on the strange side of the racetrack. Dials in at 5 flat. Kaylee in the S10. That would be the thing that looks like an S10. Left side of the racetrack, dial 615. Final call. Duck racers as the dragsters are pulling into the water. Final call ducks for round number 1. You've all been called. 6:15 for Kaylee. She'll leave first. And 1.15 seconds later, here comes Tony. Win like Kaylee, 006 green, 619 on a 615 as she coasts through. Coates was 39 green, and it sounded like it two-stepped it or something. It was not correct when it left the starting line. He can only go 513 on a 5 flat. And that would explain the very large deficit on the racetrack. Coy Collier, Tony Livingood. Up now. Collier left side, the manpower ride out of Louisiana, dials 462. Livingood on the right, dials 485. Nothing to write home about, but Coy Collier is going to move on. 21 green, 465 on a 462. He's 2 thou under, taking 1 thou. at the stripe. He's over. Sorry. 460. Let's start over. 465 on a 462. Takes a thou. Living good. 48 green. 486 on a 485. 13 thou above. And a thou behind. We're at that point in the weekend where all the numbers start running together, y'all. Crew Garrett, J.J. Russell. How in the heck did y'all get paired with each other first round? For those of you that don't know, they literally traveled here together. They pit together. Whatever. Crew left side dials 466. JJ right side dials 449. As we find the stage beam. I don't think JJ was very happy about Crew pulling up next to him. 005 green, 449, dead 6, 11 total for JJ Russell to move on. Gets there by a hund. Crew, 11 green. Had to be dead 0 to stand a chance and was not. 467-0 on the 466. And Crew will have to get a head start on packing up the trailer. Aaron Jones and Tony Farmer. Tony on the right dials 463. Aaron on the left dials 472. Aaron's car did not hold the trans brake in the beams, and Tony is going to move on. 009 green, 462 on a 463. Aaron's car, when he set the trans brake and decked it, it started rolling. And that's not the key to success in this game. Paul Smith and Sonny Barclay. I'm going to be nice to Sonny this round. 466 the dial in for Barclay. Paul Wade on the left. Dials 511. Paul Wade never left. Sonny. 12 green clicks it off to go 474 to advance. Paul's car staged. It sounded like he might have slipped off the button because it hit the chip pretty quick. Wisely got off of everything and sat there in hopes that Sonny would go red, but he didn't. It's never worked out for me either when I try that, but one of these times it's going to work, and I'm going to be a hero for it. Sonny moves on. Leah Hughes, Aaron Gibson. Leah on the left, dials 472. Aaron Gibson on the right, dials 425. I'm sure Leah will be able to look back and see him, but I know she's dang well going to be able to hear him as the blown car turns her loose. Leah bumps her in, and Aaron follows. Six fouls separate them up front. Win light, Aaron Gibson. 29 green, 426 on a 425. Gives him 9 thou worth the finish line. Leah was 35 on this end. 473 on a 472. Cannot make up for it. Aaron moves on. Caden Muth and Galen Smith. Galen on the right. The Texas Bounty Hunter, dials 467. Caden on the left. Caden doesn't have a cool nickname. Dials 444. Off goes Galen. Here comes Caden. Win like Caden Muth. 18 up front. 445 on a 444 is 13th thou above. Galen was 36 on this end, 468, a hundred above even. Leaves him 15 change as Caden moves on. Steve Collier will take a competition single here on the left side of the racetrack. I'm not sure who he was scheduled to run, but obviously there was an issue over there. And we do hate to see that. 460, what Steve says the manpower ride's going to go. Steve is 10 green and 460 with a 1. 11 total. Greg Muth up next. Uh-oh. On the left, and Greg's car just lost fire in the burnout. He's going to try to get it relit. Tyler Cromwell on the right backs up from his burnout. And Greg is not going to be able to make the run. He's climbing out of the car. Tyler Cromwell is going to get a competition bye here. He dials 431. Cromwell 20 red and 431 dead zero at a $1.66. Casey Ball and Curtis Stevenson come up. Casey on the right, the two-wheeled machine, dials 605. Stevenson on the left, in the dragster, dials 451. Casey's in trouble. Win light. Stevenson 10 green, 452 on a 451, 13th thou above the dial in. Casey was late and puts it 7th thou under. Hey, attention in the pits. We need the main event. Back to the staging lanes. No box final will take you to lanes 1 and 2. No box final lanes 1 and 2 of our main event. And the 6 remaining cars in Super Pro, who are all combined, will take you to lanes 4, 5, and 6 for pairing. No box final 1 and 2. Super Pro to 4, 5, and 6. Chris Rabina, left side, does not succeed. Right side, your winner, 003, 471 on a 469. Gets there by a Hund. I believe that was Johnny Ezel. Rabina, 497 on a 496. Cannot get there. Once again, main event. We need you. Main event. No box final. Lanes 1 and 2. And Super Pro. You are on the ladder. And you are needed to lanes 4, 5, and 6 for pairing. No box to 1 and 2. And Super Pro to lanes 4, 5, and 6. Slate Rabina and David Jones. 1 thou separate them up front. Jones gives chase. Winlight says bird is the word. 12 green, 468 on a 468. That's dead 6. 17 thou worth of finish line. Rabina, 11 green, but 486 on a 484 leaves him too much above and behind. Kenny Probst, Mike Crater up next. We will also take our junior dragsters to their staging lanes, please. Juniors, to your lanes. You will run immediately following this round of the main event. Juniors, we need you to y'all's staging lanes. In the main event, we need no box final to 1 and 2, and Super Pro to 4, 5, and 6. Kenny P left side, dials 460. Mike Crater on the right, dials 437. Probst is going to move on. 15 green, 461, 16 thou above. As Crater was 23 green, he had a shot, but takes 8 thou to be 2 thou under. Carson Stuckey on the left, dials 468. Insert name here, Martinez. I would assume it's Royce, based on the fact that Roy is standing on the starting line. 5 flat to dial for Martinez. Martinez is 8 thou behind, and Carson Stuckey is moving on. 006 green, 469, 1 above 0. Gets the nod. Martinez, 14 green. Take 100th to be 9 thou under. Had to take 1 or less. Not exactly the easiest thing in the world to do. Heath Phillips, Austin Free. Your next pair. Austin on the right in the drag champ ride, dials 479. Phillips in the left, dials 462. Once again, juniors, we need you to your staging lanes, please. Juniors, we need you to your staging lanes. And main event no box final to lanes 1 and 2. And Super Pro to lanes 4, 5, and 6. Little drag champ in full control of this one. Winlight Austin Free, 009 green, 482 on a 479. Gets there by a bunch. Phillips missed it on this end, 465 on a 462, as he probably pulled the plug down there as well. Austin moves on. Corey Neighbors and Rocky McClain up next. Last night's $20,000 winner is in the left lane and dials 521. The Rock 2, right side of the equation, dials 461. You don't win a 20 grander on Friday for no reason. 005 green for Corey Neighbors, 523 on a 521. Rocky McClain, 19 on this end, but a $100 worth of finish line leaves him 2 thou under. Your bye run, Chad Branham, Big C. The Rafter P construction entry, right side of the racetrack, dials 478. Double 04 green for Big C. 477.8. 2 thou under the 478 dial in. Main event is next. You should be in the lanes. No box to 1 and 2, and the remaining 6 in Super Pro to lanes 4, 5, and 6. And we also need our junior dragster competitors to your staging lanes, please. Juniors, we need you to your lanes and final call main event to the staging lanes.
Final round, no box main event. $2,000 to the winner, except they're both in risky business, so the winner's going to move up to that $20,000 showdown. Jake Howard adds 1 to the 630. He's been dialing, goes 631 on the dial with the S-dime in the strange engineering lane. And Justin Cervantes, 602 the dial in. With the Chevy Chevelle on the tower side. Jake, 2900's head start. No box racing on a Saturday afternoon, the 4th of July at XRP, Texas. Going for some bucks and a chance to go for some more bucks. Taking advantage of that risky business deal. See if they can close it. Into the pre-stage. Both drivers. Staging them ever so shallow, and the red lights on the tower side for Justin Cervantes, 4/10,000ths red. Man, that hurts. The wind lights on the right side. Jake Howard just goes dead on with a 4 anyway. 108.8 miles an hour. So 16 total on the right side for Jake Howard. 631, 108.8 miles an hour. And moving on into that main event in Super Pro. Chasing that $20,000 top prize. Justin Cervantes, great day today. Runner-up in your no box class. Trip zip for red. And a 588 at 118.11 miles an hour comes in runner-up. Congratulations, Justin. Your runner-up in no box main event. And to your no box main event champion, Jake Howard. Moving now into our Super Pro main event. Colton Wheeler, Wichita, Kansas with the S10 truck in the tower lane, dials 602. Cliff Lovelace dials 591 with that 67 Camaro in the strange engineering lane. Go from bottom bulb to top bulb. First pair out. Wheels up. There they go. Kansas versus Texas. Put a win light on the Kansas side. 603, one over at 112. Takes 14 at the finish line. 006 on the tree. Gave him more than 2 at the starting line. Gave back 1. Cliff Lovelace goes dead on with an 8. But a 27 light puts him behind by 27. Or 21. That'll bring us Dan Bain in the Chevrolet Camaro from Ruidoso, New Mexico. 551 the dial is. Going first against Bree Bandemir Herman. Got a 444 dialed into the dragster in the Phil's trailer sales lane. New Mexico and Colorado, where these drivers hail from. The win light's going to be on the tower side. 444 dead 9 and a 009 on the Christmas tree. 18 package, 146.87 miles an hour. Good for the win. Dan Bain breaks out, goes 549 at 125. Gave away 6 at the starting line. No way to get it back except to go out the back. And that's a breakout. Bryson Parks, Venus, Texas. Leonard Greathouse, Lorena, Texas, next to the starting line. 564 dial for the door car, 470 dial for the dragster. 9400's head start for Greathouse with that black Nova in the strange lane. Green lights, and we're racing. Door car versus dragster. Give it to the door car. 565, one over at 121 miles an hour, 3,000ths at the finish line. Bryson goes dead on with a 2. Gave up 11,000ths at the starting line. Great House takes 3,000ths at the finish line and will move on. Next to take center stage is going to be Junior Dragsters. Ten cars left in your Junior Dragster Modified class, and they are ready to go. Mikey Hammers from Kaufman, Texas, takes that right side lane in the white dragster. Reppin' Crater Power, 803 the dial in. Cash Pennington takes that left side tower lane, 904 the dial in. 101 head start for the dragster in the Wills Point Chevrolet lane. Wills Point Chevy, 1-888-662-7961 for your new Chevy. Drivers bringing those cars carefully into the infrareds. This is the first of 4 remaining rounds in Junior Dragster. Red light right side for Mikey Hammers. 29 red puts a win light on the tower side. Cash Pennington, 36 green. 899 at 72.92 miles an hour. Next pair of juniors, Carter Poplowski and Landon Graves. Pair of veteran racers here at Xtreme Raceway Park. Carter's from Midlothian, puts an 809 dial in on the dragster in the Wills Point Chevy lane. Landon Graves in the ProTech inspection lane's got a 796 dialed in. Junior Dragsters brought to you by Get 'em Carbs and Rafter P Construction. 5,000's red for Landon Graves. 795 with a 5. It's an 807, 77 miles an hour on the tower side. Carter Poplowski has a green light. That's going to send him to the next round. Paxton Tonninson, tower side, 792 the dial. Going to be the Hound chasing Austin Hammers the Rabbit. Austin's dialed at 898 in the ProTech lane. Two paired out of 5 down the racetrack. Number 3 at the starting line. 3 bulbs lit and we're ready to go. Nearly. Green lights on both sides of the racetrack. And the wind light comes on in the ProTech lane, 905, 70 miles an hour to a 790 breakout, 82.2 miles an hour. Austin holds 19 at the starting line. Lets it go back to 9 at the finish line. Next going to be Mackenzie Roberts and Addie Lee Ferris. Mackenzie's in the Wills Point Ford lane, dialed at 790. Addie Lee is in the ProTech inspection lane, dialed at 802. Addie Lee Ferris in the stage position. Green lights for both drivers. At the finish line, put a wind light in the Strange Engineering lane. 804 beats a 793. 16 margin at the finish line, and Addie Lee Ferris is going to move on. No box ducks. No box quackers to the staging lanes, please. No box quackers to the staging lanes for your next round. Riley Spell and Lane Swift. Next up, last up in this round of Junior Dragster Modified, 898 and 818, the dial-ins. They both get green lights. And at the 660-foot point, it's a wind light in the Strange lane. 901, 71 miles per hour for Lane Swift. 824 down the left side for Riley Spell. Lane takes 46 at the finish line, and that's good for a win.
No box ducks to the staging lanes. Second round, no box ducks, lanes 1 and 2. Final round, Junior Dragster Sportsman. Corbin Pennington is on the tower side, and Palmer Russell is on the spectator side. 12:04 and 12:06 the dial ends. Corbin gets the 200s head start on the tower side. Well, 2 classes of junior dragsters today. This is your sportsman category. This is your final round. Closely matched, 12:06 and 12:04 the dial ends. Both drivers in the pre-stage. Deep stage on the left side, green lights for both drivers. Taking them down the racetrack across the finish line, win light, tower side. 12:12 at 51.7 miles per hour to a 12:17 at 53.2. Congratulations, sportsman runner-up, Palmer Russell. And to your winner in the Junior Dragster Sportsman class, Corbin Pennington. Box door car quackers to the staging lanes, lanes 3 and 4, please. Box door car quackers, lanes 3 and 4, please. And the beat goes on. Here comes our no box Ducks up for their next round. Got that third round of junior dragsters in the books. That means the Sportsman, junior dragster Sportsman class is run. Going to be Tim Stuckey from Ardmore, Oklahoma, racing Hayden Pennington. First pair out in our no box Ducks. Chevy Malibu from Cow Pasture Country, Ardmore, Oklahoma. That's Tim Stuckey. Got a 628 dialed in on the tower side. Gonna spot Hayden Pennington, 3200s. 660 a dial in for Hayden Pennington in the Fox on the strange side. Second chance race for the racers that went out of competition. Got a chance to go for $3,000. Green lights for both drivers. Mustang versus Malibu, and the Mustang with the win. 660, dead on with a 1. 100.3 miles an hour, takes 28 at the finish line. It's an 87 10,000s breakout for Tim Stuckey. Runs 27 on a 28 at 108 miles an hour. Double shot of Maverick. Daryl Patton and Rocky G bring their Mavericks to the starting line. 649 and 584 the dial-ins. 649, Rocky G and the white Maverick going first in the strange lane. Rocky out front, Darrell in hot pursuit. At the finish line, win light in the Phil's trailer sales of Wacko Lane. Takes 48 at the finish line, good for a win, dead on with a 2. 649 also dead on with a 2 for Rocky G, as those Mavericks both ran the number that they were told to. Just a starting line advantage of 5 for Daryl Patton, gets him across the finish line first by almost that, and Daryl Patton moves on. Jerry Simmental, late model Mustang. On 4 wheels. Taking on Mo Data coming in the 2-wheeler. 598 the dial on the bike. Green lights for both racers. And across the finish line, going to be a win light in the strange lane. Mo Data coming goes 606 at 107.
Simmental goes 734, 14 over at 103. So, racers, there are no more races to enter, but there's money to be won. Picking up those win lights now is going to be a paying proposition. Super Pro Door Car Ducks 3 and 4, Dragster Ducks 5 and 6. If you're still in the duck race, you should be in the staging lanes. Derek Patton and Travis Barnett next to the starting line, 643 and 480 the dial-ins. Had a couple of 4-second door cars this weekend. Travis Barnett from Rayville, Louisiana, one of them with a 480 dial on that Pontiac on the right side of the center stripe in the strange engineering lane. Derek Patton, one of those good performing Mavericks, is going to take the tower side and put a 643 dial in on. Going first, 163 head start. It's a red light for the Maverick, so Travis Barnett is moving on in more ways than one. 481 at 144.3 miles an hour. Patton 5 over 648 at 95.6 miles an hour, but 4,000's red. Ends the day for Derek here in our duck race. Guillermo Tiarina, tower side 617, the dial for the red and black Fox. Stephen Hughes dials 550. Seems to be the only number that car needs. Green lights both sides. Here we go. Guillermo out front in the Mustang. Hughes in hot pursuit does go around. It is a 550 dead on with a 4. Well, if you're going to go dead on, I'd stick with the number 2, 125.3 miles an hour. Takes 5 thousandths at the stripe and gets the win. It's a 5 10,000ths breakout for Guillermo, but Hughes did get to the finish line first anywho. Lucas Thomas and Brandon Caples next up. Brandon with the fastest door car in this weekend's racing, puts a 460 dial in on there and takes that strange engineering lane. Lucas Thomas puts a 614 dial on the pickup. Caples from I-20, West Monroe, Louisiana. Thomas from I-30, Mount Pleasant, Texas. Meet up at XRP. Trying to pay for the weekend. Reaction times, oh, so close. Win light, Thomas, 615, 110, beats a 459 breakout at 152.9 miles an hour. They were dead even at the starting line. But Caples gets to the finish line first by 19, breaks out by 48 10,000ths. So Lucas Thomas moves on to the next round. Mad Max McLaughlin and Larry Harrison at the starting line. 6:07 and 5:65 the dial ends. Pair of green lights, and the win line's going to be on Max's side of the center stripe as he goes 6:08, one over at 111 miles an hour, one over 5:66 at 117 for Harrison, but an advantage of 2 at the starting line sends Mad Max to the next round. Brian Self and Ty Farmer bring their machines up for a run. 6:41 and 5:26 the dial ends. Ty Farmer with the yellow Chevy Nova gets to go first down that strange side of the racetrack. Self going to be doing the pursuing with the Crater Power extended cab S10 truck. Brian Self, 9 10,000ths red. That'll give you some heartburn. Ty Farmer goes dead on with an 8. 006 on the starting line, a 14 pack. Stout enough, but Brian Self, 9 10,000ths too quick. Turns on the red light and kicks it over to Ty Farmer. Kaylee Phillips and Jarrett Lofton at the starting line, 6:17 and 6:08. The S10 truck in the strange engineering lane of Kaylee. Gets 900th head start against the Chevy Nova of Jarrett Lofton. Final call ducks. Final call ducks. All cars in the duck class have been called to the staging lanes. If you're not there, you're subject to be run without. 6:17, dead on with a 6. Kaylee holds 3 at the starting line, holds 18 at the finish line. It's good for the win. 6:08, dead on with a 0 for Jarrett Lofton, but 42 green to an 18 green, puts him behind 3 from the jump, and Kaylee's going to move on to the next round. Trent Wilson, tower side, 6:19 the dial in the first generation Camaro. That's 1967 right there. 1969 on the spectator side in the strange engineering lane, dial 645. That's Andre Rodriguez and Old Lucky. Well, when your luck runs out. 5,000ths red for Andre Rodriguez, puts a win light on the tower side. Trent Wilson goes 18 with a 9.7, 3 10,000ths under, but the win light was on. Andre goes red by 5,000ths of a second. Tough break right there for Old Lucky. 6:44, 104. Okay. Amber Patton, you have a package that's delivered at the tower. If you come to the tower, we'll be happy to hand it to you. Amber Patton. Once again, all cars in the duck class should be in the staging lanes. We've called you multiple times, and if you're not there, well, can't help you much more. It's gone out every way we know to send it. But I bet you're all there as we are bringing up, starting to see some dragsters. So we are making our way through
the race to become Saturday's Mighty Duck. Wes Lofton, 553 the dial in for the colorful tiger striped Chevy Nova. And J.J. Russell's dragster. Good looking ride. 449 the dial in the strange lane. No shortage of good looking rides at this here event. Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco. If you're looking to upgrade your trailer game, trailernut.com. Dragster the last to turn on the stage light. And first to turn on the red light. JJ 17 red and a 449 dead 6. Chapter 4012, I think. Wes Lofton 549 goes under, but the wind light was on, so who cares? 126.6 miles an hour, 14 green, and out the back door. Coy Collier and Aaron Gibson. Next up, gonna be squaring off here in this round of the Ducks. $425 the dial in for Aaron Gibson. Coy Collier are going to get that 3200s head start in the Phil's Trailer Sales lane. Four bulbs lit and ready to go. Green light, let's go racing. 004 on the tower side gets it done. Coy Collier 57 with an 8 and a 004. Give that man a 12 pack as he is, well, you might do that later. Not quite yet, but that was a 12 pack on the scoreboard. Aaron Gibson goes 25 dead on with a 1, but an 07 light puts him behind by 7 from the get-go. Coy takes 64 at the finish line and was 8 thousandths from going dead on with a 0, so he was in good shape. Steve Collier and Tony Farmer at the starting line, 463 and 460. A smidge of a head start on the strange side of the racetrack for Tony Farmer. And the wind light is in the Phil's lane. 460 dead on with a 5. There's a 6-pack. Had a 12-pack the previous pass. Got a 6-pack on this one for Steve Collier. So might be a good night for the Collier bunch. 462, a breakout on the right side, 148 miles an hour for Tony Farmer. Next set of dragsters, Corey Neighbors. Yes, that Corey Neighbors from Kansas that won $20,000 yesterday. 522 the dial. And Tyler Cromwell puts a 431 on that mighty fine looking dragster in the strange lane. Just about go for launch. Oh my! Wind light Phil's side, 522 dead 7 at 130.5 miles an hour. That was a breakout for Tyler Cromwell. Put a 431 dial on it, goes 004 on the tree. Breaks out 73 10,000ths with a 430 at 166 miles an hour. Corey Neighbors moves on. Trying to make it another payday. A main event semifinalist to the staging lanes, please. Main event semifinalist to the staging lanes now.
Caden Muth, tower side in that Bernie, Texas-based car with a 444 dialed in. Taking on Sonny Barclay with a 466 dialed in, 2200s head start in the strange lane. Put a win light in the Phil's trailer sales lane for Caden Muth. 005 on the tree and a dead 2. 7-pack there. Takes 7 thousandths at the stripe and gets the win. It's a breakout of 2 thousandths for Sonny Barclay down that right side. Caden Muth moves on. Once again, main event semifinalists to the staging lanes. Main event semifinalists to the staging lanes now. Chad Branham, Johnny Ezel. At the starting line, 469 and 478. Branham the Rabbit, Ezel the Hound. Red light for Ezel, 6 thousandths too quick. Chad Branham trip zip 2, green at a 478 dead on with a 0. Woo, my word. That's you have to go a long way to find something to add. You got to go to the 10 thousandths column. 7 plus 2 is 9. So technically a 1-pack. Going to be real hard to beat anywho. Johnny Ezel, 6 thousandths red. Kenny Probst and David Bird Jones at the starting lines, 467 and 461. 600ths head start for Bird on the right. Got another 00, but it doesn't win. KP dead 148.3 miles an hour, turns on a win light. It is a breakout by 34 10 thousandths. David Bird Jones goes to the finish line, gets there first by 16, breaks out by 3 thousandths. Next up, going to be Curtis Stevenson, runner-up at the $20,000 race yesterday. Got a 451 dialed in. Taking on Austin Free from Katy, Texas. Austin has dialed 479. Reaction time's real close this time. Win light in the strange lane for Austin Free, 480, 1 over at 144 miles an hour. A 1 over 452 at 148 for Curtis Stevenson. Margin at the finish line, 8 thousandths of a second. Maverick Roselle, he of the perfect reaction time, as in 4 zeros, brings the Chevy Love to the starting line with a 604 dial in on it, taking on Carson Stuckey. Carson's got a 468 dialed into the dragster in the strange lane. Main event semifinalists, you should be in the staging lanes. You're coming up. Junior dragsters, you know what that means. You're standing by. You won't be long. Red light for Roselle. And a win light for Carson Stuckey. 467, 148.9. Just seeing how it runs. Evidently feeling pretty good. So that round of duck is in the books. Got our semifinal round in our Super Pro $20,000 main event. Semifinalists without a win light get a $1,000 payday. Runner up $2,500 and the winner $20,000. Junior Dragsters just had a feeling. Junior Dragsters to staging, please. Junior Dragsters to staging. Got 3 rounds left in juniors. Junior Dragsters to staging. Junior Dragsters, come on down. Round 4, Junior Dragsters. Round 4, Junior Dragsters to staging.
$20,000 semi-final round has made their way under the suites. Three door cars and one lone dragster remain. Last night, the 20K went to Kansas. Two of the remaining competitors are going to try to keep it right here in Texas. Bree Bandemir says, wait just a minute. Colorado's D5 also. Bree and the dragster, who's been sitting on the bye run for, I don't know, the last several rounds. And, well, you're not going to get a bye run today, Bree, but you can certainly punch your ticket to a final. Bree dials in 443. Leonard Greathouse out of Lorena, Texas. Right side of the racetrack, the Chevy 2 dials 564 as they're in. Leonard kicks her red by 2 thou, and Bree is going to be oh so grateful. Greathouse 002 red clicks it off. Bandemir 39 green gets away with one. 442.6 on a 443, and half of your final round is set. Jake Howard and Colton Wheeler to square off for the next spot. Jake Howard by way of the risky business no box entry. On the left, dial 631. Colton Wheeler on the right. The lone remaining Kansas contestant dials in 602 as the trucks inch their way forward into the stage beams. Jake will leave first. They stay green. One single foul separate them. Top end. Wind light says Colton Wheeler. 14 green, 602, dead on 5. Gets there first by 4 thousandths of a second. Jake Howard, 015 green, 631, dead 8. And 4 thou behind. And $20,000 is not going to stay in the great state of Texas this week, y'all. Colorado versus Kansas, final round is set. Colton Wheeler will have lane choice over Bree Bandemir in yet another classic door car versus dragster showdown, Super Bucks style. Juniors, you should be in the lanes, please. Juniors, you should be in your staging lanes as you are next. Juniors, you should be there. Attention in the pits, 15-minute call on concessions, beer, and alcohol. If you're hungry or thirsty, you got 15 minutes to rectify that. 15-minute call on concessions, beer and alcohol, 15 minutes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we wind things down here on day number last, the Pennington Bros Super Bucks Showdown, presented by Carter Maxwell, Goodyear, and Mickey Thompson. A huge shout out to our entire XRP track crew who has kept this place in just phenomenal condition that we know it always is. And thanks to everyone helping run this event from the tower to the front gate. But most of all, thank you to all of our great racers who have decided to spend your 4th of July weekend with us. We can't do it without you. And every single one of y'all is the real MVP when it comes to appreciation. Juniors should be in the lanes. As a matter of fact, juniors are under the suites. As we're just about ready to roll them out. The future of drag racing is on the starting line. Cash Pennington, left side. The first half of the Pennington Bros sequel. Cash will dial 904, look to his right and see Adelie Ferris. Adelie, Strange Engineering, side of the racetrack, dials 804. Attention in the pits, door car duck racers, we need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Door car ducks to lanes 3 and 4. Dragster ducks, we need you to 5 and 6. Duck racers, door cars to 3 and 4. Dragsters to 5 and 6. And no box duck racers to 1 and 2. Way they go. Cash out first. Adelie gives chase. Advantage on this end goes to the Pennington. But the win light will go to Adelie Ferris. 095 green, 805 on an 804 gets given 1 thou of finish line. Cash Pennington, 49 green, was working the throttle pedal pretty good, but 909 on a 904 gets 001 behind. And Adelie moves on. Lane Swift, Carter Poplowski up next. C-Pop on the right, dials in 18, 810. Lane Swift, Phil's Trailer Sales, side of the racetrack, dials 901. Once again, no box ducks. We need you to 1 and 2. No box ducks, 1 and 2. And door car and dragster ducks, go ahead and bring them on as well. All remaining duck racers, you have been called. Carter kicks her red by 11 thou. Lane moves on, 47 green and 896 on a 901 dial-in. Carter 11 red and 806 on an 810. As they were both holding a few. Lane moves on. Your buy run in junior modified is Austin Hammers on the left side of the racetrack. 899 Austin's dial in. Austin is 040 green and takes it to the scoreboards to go 899.3 dead on the dial in. Once again, all remaining duck racers, you have been called. No box to 1 and 2, door cars to 3 and 4, and dragsters to 5 and 6. No box, door cars, and dragsters. All of the ducks. If you quack, bring it back. All remaining duck racers, you have been called. Here come the Ducks. Daryl Patton on the left. Dials 583. Hayden Pennington on the right. The Fox Body Mustang. Dials 658. That being said, if you're a Duck and you're not here, you're very late. Final call, Ducks to the staging lanes. So Daryl is going to give Hayden just a little bit north of 1 second of head start. A little bit less of 1 second of head start before he turns the Maverick loose and gives chase. And Hayden Pennington has a problem with the Mustang. He is not going to be able to make the call. Daryl's going to get a competition bye run here. Patton 41 green, 581 on a 583 dial-in, as Hayden's car seems to have lost fire following the burnout and could not get it restarted. They'll push him off as we get ready to send Casey Ball and Stephen Hughes. Yet another very tough break for a very good racer. And it certainly doesn't get any easier to see. So we'll push Hayden off and we'll get right back to action here very momentarily. See, I told you, it was very momentarily. Casey Barr and Stephen Hughes make their way through the water. Steve-O, the OG Young Guns RSH Demon out of Passaic down Dena. Right side of the racetrack, dials 550. Casey Ball, the Balls Out Racing two-wheeled machine. Left side of the racetrack, dials 598. As he'll leave first before he looks over his right shoulder to find a whole lot of door car. One foul separated them. They are mean. Wind light says Stephen Hughes, 004 green, one above 7, gets there first by 14 thou. Casey, no slouch at 003, but 601 leaves him 33 thou above and behind where it mattered. Max McLaughlin and Travis Barnett. Barnett, the Rayville, Louisiana headquartered Firebird, right side of the racetrack, dials in 480. And Mad Max on the Phil's Trailer Sales side, dials in at 607. Max with the advantage up front. Max with the advantage at the finish line. Gosh dang, Maxwell. 003 green, dead 8, 11 total for Mad Max. Gets there first by 17 thou. Barnett 15 on this end. And in the way, 481 on a 480. And can't get there. Lucas Thomas versus Ty Farmer. Ty on the right. In Jimmy's Nova, dials in 642. Lucas Thomas on the left. In the truck, dials in at 615. thou. Advantage goes Lucas Thomas's way, but the win light says Ty Farmer. Ty is 013. Puts it in park to go 644 on a 642. Thomas 007 gets fed 29 thou to be under by 2 thou. As time moves on, Wes Lofton, Trent Wilson on track now. Trent, right side. Dials in at 618. Lofton on the left. The Groveton, Texas based Chevy 2. He dials in at 551. Lofton's got a chunk. Win light Wes Lofton 005, 553. He's 23 thou above, gets there 008. Wilson 19 on this end, dead 7 and could not get there. As Coy Collier comes up in the dragster on the right, 457. His estimated time of arrival, looks to his left and sees Kaylee Phillips in the S10. Kaylee, of course, our on-site Larice Motorsports insurance agent this week. 617, her dial in. Before we get completely invaded with pipe racks. Coy's got 35 to work with and fails. Kaylee Phillips, 45 green, 616.9. She's 1 thou under the dial in. Coy was 10 on the tree. Takes 46 thou to be 11 thou under. Kaylee will bring it back. Chad Branham, Corey Neighbors up next. A pair of dragsters. Big C, left side of the racetrack, dials 478. Corey Neighbors on the right. Dials in 522. One thou. The difference on this end. Win light says Big C. 11 green, dead 0. 11 total, either way you look at it. Corey Neighbors 012 and locked out. 521 on a 522. He's 3 thou under. Gets there 2. Could not turn on a win light. Branham moving on. Kenny Probst and Austin Free. Austin Free, the drag champ house car, right side of the equation, dials 479. And Kenny P. Kenny on the left, dials 460. Advantage this end goes to the drag champ, but the win light goes to KP. Kenny Probe, 17 green, 464.4 on a 460 dial in. Austin's car may have had a problem there somewhere between here and the destination. Austin 005 green, but way above the dial in at 497. Kenny Probst will take the win light. Caden Muth, Carson Stuckey up next. Carson, right side of the equation, dials 467, and Caden Muth. Phil's trailer sales side, dials 444. Win light Carson Stuckey, double breakout drag race. Carson 13 green, take a thou to be a thou under. Caden was 21 on this end. His only shot was to drop the anchor, but only 1 thou behind. You got to try to get there. 443.2. He's 8 thou under the dial in. That's 7 thou more under than Carson was. Steve Collier comes up on the buy run. 460 his dial in. Hey, attention in the pits. $20,000 final round. We will take you to the lanes, please. 20K final round. Colton Wheeler and Bree Bandemere. Bring them on down to the staging lane. Collier is 28 on the tree. Goes 460 dead on. 0 to move on. Once again, 20K final round. Bring it down. $20,000 main event final round. Colton and Bree. Bree and Colton. Come on down, please.
I see that you're fading into the firelight. No second chances, no trying to make it right. I've staked my claim and it's my name on your lips. That's all I need when we abandon ship. They'll call us crazy, diving into the night. But sometimes too wrong is making unhinged right. Burn the boats, light 'em up. Can't retreat, can't give up. We're too far gone to let this fade. Strike a match, torture sins. There's no way back, ain't nowhere else to roam. So burn the boats, 'cause baby, we're home. Ain't going back to tiptoeing every line. I don't need no apron, take off your suit and tie. We need the wild and free, no waving white flags. 'Cause if they're gonna catch us, they will never take us alive. Burn the boats, light 'em up. Can't retreat, can't give up. We're too far gone to let this fade. Strike a match, torture sins. There's no way back, ain't nowhere else to roam. So burn the boats, 'cause baby, we're home. We're home. We're home. We're home. The ashes falling. Baby, we're going all in. 'Cause the new world's calling. We'll be together, sink or swim. With the ashes falling. Baby, we're going all in. 'Cause the new world's calling. We'll be together. Burn the boats, light 'em up. Can't retreat, can't give up. Too far gone to let this fade. Strike a match, torture sins. There's no way back, ain't nowhere else to roam. So burn the boats, 'cause baby, we're baby, we're home.
I will also take my juniors back to the staging lanes, please. Junior Draxers to the staging lanes for your Next round of eliminations, juniors, we need you to the lanes. And our $20,000 final, if you have not yet made it to the staging lanes, please do so. Colton Wheeler, we need you to the lanes for the final round, bud. Colton Wheeler. Need you to the lanes, please. Colton Wheeler. Need you to the lanes.
Poor boy from the backwoods, thought I never would find my way. Sweet girl, straight from downtown, where I was just another face. They said that we should steer clear of each other. Matches and gasoline, nothing but trouble. Said we'd never make it, but you ain't seen nothing yet. Oh, we're just getting started. We're just getting started. Southbound for the border, somewhere no one knows our names. But I know when I hold you, I'ma love you till the grave. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. Taking the sunset in old Mexico, running and loving our way down the coast. Nothing to lose, 'cause with you I am home. Here we go. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. church and I just wanna get out with my crew tonight and shoot at the lights. Got a couple 40s full of pops and fun. Looking for a good time, gotta live it up. Leave behind the city, hop inside my truck. No, we don't give up. We're gonna paint the night red. Hoot and holler till we're dead. We're down to turn up. We're up to get down. Saying, hey y'all, howdy. Let's get rowdy tonight. 3, 4, hey. Looks wild, but you know we're right at home. The louder the better, 'cause with us anything goes. Life of the party, we're the feature of the show. You already know. We're gonna paint the night red. Hoot and holler till we're dead. We're down to turn up. We're up to get down. Saying, hey y'all, howdy. Let's get rowdy tonight. Oh, tonight. Yeah, let's get rowdy. We're gonna paint the night red. Hoot and holler till we're dead. We're down to turn up. We're up to get down. Saying, hey y'all, howdy. Let's get rowdy tonight. We're gonna paint the night red. Hoot and holler till we're dead. We're down to turn up. We're up to get down. Saying, hey y'all, howdy. Let's get rowdy tonight. Well, I was born just west of the river, Mississippi mud running in my veins. And on the road is where I found freedom. And hotel rooms is where I found peace. I spent my whole life running my world. It's gonna be
The last chance to score 20 large of the weekend rolls to the starting line. Your Saturday Super Bucks Showdown main event. Final pair. Dragster versus Door Car. Colorado versus Kansas. This ought to be good. Bree Bandemir Herman on the left, who has been sitting on the bye for the past I don't know how many rounds, finds herself in the final pair of the main event. Pueblo, Colorado, dials 442. Colton Wheeler, Wichita, Kansas, the Door Truck, dials 602. Last night's 20K winner was from the state of Kansas. Colton's going to try to make it 2 for 2. Bree says, not if I have anything to say about it. As she will leave second and try to chase down Colton. The pre-stage bulbs are lit. Bree's in. Colton follows. Away we go. Colton Wheeler is read by 001. Bree, 14 green, clicks it off to coast through at 450 to win 20,000. Colton Wheeler lets go 1,000th of a second too early. Pretty sure he clicked it off to 6:05 on a 6:02. An outstanding performance all day long and a well-deserved runner-up for the Wichita, Kansas contestant Colton Wheeler. But your $20,000 Saturday main event champion is Bree Herman. As our juniors get ready to fire up under the suites, I am going to head out of here and make the slow drive back towards Houston. But David Ratton is going to take y'all home on the mic. It has been my absolute pleasure to call the laps this weekend, and thank you to everyone who came out. On behalf of everyone up here and everyone down there and our entire Pennington Promotions crew and our XRP staff, David will take it away. I'm Dylan Lee, and I'll see y'all at the next one.
Junior dragster time got Adelie Ferris with an 8:05 dial in on the tower side of the racetrack in the Wills Point Chevy lane, taking on Austin Hammers. Austin's going first down the ProTech inspection lane, got 8:99 dialed in over there. .9400's head start for the car on the spectator side of the racetrack. Red light, tower side, 28 10,000s too quick for Adelie. Austin Hammers is going to move on. 570 to half track, 901 to the finish line at 73.1 miles an hour. 002 red on the tower side puts a win light in the spectator lane. All right, junior dragsters, standard announcement number 59. As always, don't forget your starters. You need them a lot worse than we do. Freight is expensive. Lane Swift with a bye run, 9:15 the dial for the dragster out of Paradise, Texas. Comes from Wise County to Ellis County to get a final round berth in junior dragsters at the Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown. 896. Got plenty in there, 71.0 miles an hour. All right, ducks, we're looking for you in the staging lanes. All ducks. All 10 quackers, bring them to the staging lanes, please. It is time for the next round of the duck race. Going for that $3,000 win. All ducks to the staging lanes. Door car ducks, lanes 3 and 4. Dragster ducks, lanes 5 and 6. Wait and see by run. Mad Max. All right, ducks, final call. Looking for all ducks in the staging lanes for this round. Call it the 8th. Got 10 cars left. All ducks, final call. Sitting in the blind, see our first two ducks. Daryl Patton, Stephen Hughes, 583 and 551 the dial ends. The red Dodge in the strange lane changes the dial for the first time all weekend. It's been 550. Wasn't sure that car would run a different number because it keeps going dead on most of the time. Stephen Hughes dials 551. Going to spot Daryl Patton a little in the Maverick. 3200's head start for the blue oval. Green lights both sides, wind light strange side, 003 on the tree, dead 4. 7-pack for Stephen Hughes gets to the next round. Daryl Patton goes 82 on an 83 dial, breaks out 48 10,000. Stephen Hughes moving on. Wes Lofton, Ty Farmer, pair of Chevy Nova, the Novi, move into the starting line position, 643 and 551 the dial ends. Farmer going first in the yellow car. Both drivers react with a green light. The wind light goes to Farmer. 642 and 548, both cars break out. Wes Lofton breaks out a little more, and Ty Farmer's moving on. 642, 105. Held 4 at the start, holds 2 at the finish. Farmer advances. Chad Branham and Kaylee Phillips next. Second generation S10 with a 617 dialed in to the strange side of the racetrack. Dragster dials 478 in the Phil's Trailer Sales of Waco lane. Ten goes down to 5. Winner goes to the quarterfinal round. Wheels up, rolling, red light tower side. 5 thousandths red and a 6 thousandths green. Kaylee Phillips is going to be in the next round with a 111 mile per hour top end charge. 6.167 the elapsed time. 006 green beats a 005 red. Kenny Probst and Carson Stuckey bring their dragsters up, 466 and 460 the dial ends. They're locked and loaded and ready to go. Green lights a pair. Top end of the racetrack, tower side is going to get her done. 462 with a 0, 145 miles an hour. Carson goes dead on with a 1, but gave up 3 at the starting line, closed it to 8 thousandths, but that was all that happened. Kenny P, 8 thousandths margin at the finish line, moves on to the quarterfinals. Final pair in this round of ducks, Mad Max McLaughlin and Steve Collier, 459 to 606. The door car going first in the Phil's Trailer Sales lane. Got another 00, and it's Max. 607, 1 over 113 miles an hour. Holds 7 at the start, gives back a little bit, takes 59 at the stripe, good for the win. Collier 078 green, 458 with a 9, breaks out by 9 10 thousandths, but
Gave away too much at the starting line. And Mad Max moving on. Just about to put a bow on another class of racing as our junior dragster modified competitors are on their way to make their final run of the weekend. Comes down to Austin Hammers and Lane Swift in that junior modified final round. $300 to win, $150 to the runner-up, plus there's a little bonus money been thrown in by an anonymous donor that loves junior dragster racing. Final round, junior dragster modified. Going to be Lane Swift from Paradise, Texas in the strange engineering lane with an 897 dial in. Austin Hammers from Kaufman, Texas is going to go first by 200ths with an 899 dial in. Comes down to this. It's the biggest money round.
Super Bucks Showdown, brought to you by Carter Maxwell, part of the Pennington Brothers Race Promotions. Big money bracket racing this weekend at Xtreme Raceway Park. Drivers moving carefully into the pre-stage position. We got 4 bulbs lit and we're ready. Green lights on both sides. That makes it a Whataburger start because it's just like I like it. They decided at the finish line, not the starting line. And the win light comes on in the strange lane. 899, 2 over at 71.4 miles an hour. Lane Swift is going to be your winner. Austin Hammers very close to the starting line. His reaction times were both 01, a 9:03 at 71.36 miles an hour. Not quite enough. Congratulations, runner-up Austin Hammers, and to your winner in Junior Dragster Modified, Lane Swift. So all that remains is 5 quackers. So Ducks will be looking for you as soon as you can cool and fuel. 5 goes to 3, goes to 2, so 3 rounds. 2 cars are going to get quite a bit of action.
Ducks to the lanes. Ducks to the lanes. We'll pair you in the staging lanes. Hughes and Probst. Farmer and Phillips. McLaughlin. Ducks to the staging lanes for your quarterfinal. Back at the blind, and here comes the Ducks. Ty Farmer's going to be on the left side for one of the few times this weekend. Kaylee Phillips takes that right side lane, going to spot Ty a little bit. 6:16 and 6:42 the dial ends. $2,600 head start for Ty Farmer in that yellow Chevy Nova on the Phil's Trailer Sales side of the racetrack. The first of 3 remaining rounds. Got 5 cars. That eliminates down to 3, eliminates down to 2. So a bye run in each of the 2 rounds. One we're in and the next one. That'll get us to 2 for the final round. $3,000 to the winner in the duck race. First bow tie in the pre-stage. Ever so carefully into the stage position. 4 bulbs secure, green lights both sides. Across the finish line, it's going to be a win light on the tower side, the Phil's Trailer Sales lane, 6:42, dead on with a 9 at 102 miles an hour, to a breakout 6:15. 82 10,000ths too quick for Kaylee on the right side of the center stripe, puts Ty Farmer into the semifinal. Ty gave up 2 at the starting line. Kaylee takes 36 at the finish line, breaks out 82 10,000ths. Kenny Probst, the last dragster standing. 460 the dial in, takes the tower side. Stephen Hughes stays with the 551 dial in the Mopar. And a red light. 27 10,000ths too quick for KP. Goes dead 4, but left a red light on the tree. 552, the Mopar goes 1 over at 125 miles an hour. Got a 012 green light to move into the semifinal. So it's all door cars in the semifinal as Mad Max makes it 3. 676 to dial in. Trip Zip 1 red and a 626 ET. So our semifinalists will be coming back. Stephen Hughes, Ty Farmer, and Mad Max McLaughlin. So that will be 1 bye and 1 pair. Once that's done, we'll be down to our final of the weekend. There's been a lot of cars go down the racetrack. The racing has been outstanding. Racers, don't forget, if you finished in the money Thursday, Friday, or today, and you have not got your winnings, that will be available to pick up at the tower. You'll come out here to the front of the tower. Then if you have winnings, we'll be happy to give that to you.
A poor boy from the backwoods, thought I never would find my way. Sweet girl, straight from downtown, where I was just another face. They said that we should steer clear of each other. Matches and gasoline, nothing but trouble. Said we'd never make it, but you ain't seen nothing yet. Oh, we're just getting started. We're just getting started. Southbound for the border, somewhere no one knows our names. But I know when I hold you, I'ma love you till the grave. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. Taking the sunset in old Mexico, running and loving our way down the coast. Nothing to lose, 'cause with you I am home. Here we go. Oh, we're just getting started. Oh, we're just getting started. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. It's hotter than the blacktop in July, sweating like a sinner in a church, and I just wanna get out with my crew tonight and shoot at the lights. Got a couple 40s full of hops and fun, looking for a good time, gotta live it up. Leave behind the city, hop inside my truck. No, we don't give up. We're gonna paint the night red, hoot and holler till we're dead. We're down to turn up.
Duck race semifinals. Stephen Hughes, you've got the bye run. So McLaughlin versus Farmer will be the pair. And no secret to you, we're looking for you in the staging lane as soon as you can cool fuel and bring them back. McLaughlin versus Farmer. So one bow tie in the final round. And Stephen Hughes with the bye. So there will be a Mopar in the final. Semi-final clash in the Quackers race. Bring them to the staging lane as soon as you can.
No box finalists. We'd like to get your winner circle pictures done. If you're available for that, we are too. No box finalists from today's racing. We can do your winner circle pictures now if you'll bring your car down. And duck semifinalists. Duck semifinalists. If you're not already there, come on down.
No, I'm not to blame, even though I make these mistakes. Oh, it's all your fault. It's simply 'cause I'm mistreated by the state, and I can't be held accountable to all these actions in this suit. It's just part of the game. Give me love to steal. Give me everything tomorrow. Then I'll be a gangster, free to rule my own domain. Not a puppet in this play. Choosing life and death each day.
Okay, Ducks, let's go. I need my Duck semifinalists to the staging lanes now. Duck semifinalists to the staging lanes. Let's get her done, gentlemen.
It's alright. We can pick and choose our own fights. It's alright. We don't have to make amends, forgive, forgo. Let us find the pathway home. Oh, we're one the same, sharing air on these old plains. Wish I could wear peace like this shirt on my back, then give it away whenever somebody asks. Every time I try, I catch myself reaching for it from someone else. Why is it so hard to hold on to? Maybe I'm obsessed with a hurried rush. Whenever I slow down, I beat myself up. So much time I worrying what could be or what I might have been, second guessing every move I make. I wanna trust myself, love myself, believe in myself like I used to. I wanna trust myself, be enough for myself, ring my own bell like I used to. Been out of the game a little too long, afraid so much has changed that I'll do it all wrong. Part of my heart's grown cold within, gotta find a way to feel the heat again, but I don't know where to begin. Oh, I wanna trust myself, love myself, believe in myself like I used to. I wanna trust myself, be enough for myself, ring my own bell like I used to. I'm gonna trust myself. Oh, oh, I'm gonna love myself. I'm gonna trust myself, love myself, believe in myself like I used to. I'm gonna trust myself, be enough for myself, ring my own bell like I used to.
I was waking up this morning, waking up before it's getting 9. Kinda heavy on my shoulders, tracking down some moments back in time. I could swore that I was in it, down to every minute. Don't know what I was sipping, but I felt like I was doing fine. Oh my. Turns out that I just got a little bit south, just a little bit north of the Georgia line. Ain't I know just where I'm at, no idea when I'll get back. There's so much you just can't explain. No, I'm the one to lose control, but I don't really care at all how it ends or where it begins. And I'll do it again. Little too much love and comfort, hanging with my friends all playing games. We
Just about to the almost last stanza of our duck race and of the weekend. Drew Porcher, you left your junior dragster starter on the starting line. Drew Porcher. All junior dragster racers, in case you haven't already picked up your starter, make sure you get that done so you take it home with you instead of leave it here. All right, the pairing in the semifinal rounds of our Quack Quack race, Mad Max McLaughlin is going to be on the tower side, dial at 607, racing the Chevy Nova of Ty Farmer. Ty's got it dialed at 642. 3,500's head start for Ty. Well, live stream audience on Going Bracket Racing, glad you stuck around with us. We've got this pair plus a single run, and then there will be one pair left. We'll wrap up this 4th of July spectacular. Pennington Brothers Super Bucks Showdown, presented by Carter Maxwell. Our drivers know there's $3,000 at the end of the rainbow, but you got to win this one if you're going to get there. They're making it tough on each other as the reaction times are so close, and Ty Farmer is going to do it by 4 thousandths. Goes dead on with a 9, 16 at the front, dead on with a 9. Mad Max 13 at the front, goes 1 over with a 608 at 110 miles an hour. Ty Farmer into the final to take on this guy, Stephen Hughes. Man, getting crazy. He first changed the dial to 551. Now he's moving to the left lane. Pasadena, Texas, home for Stephen Hughes. And the Dodge getting ready to rocket down the Phil's trailer sales lane. 30 green at the start. At the finish, 549, 125.35 miles an hour. Still got the 550 in it if he wants it. Final round set. Stephen Hughes and Ty Farmer in a Mopar versus bow tie matchup. That'll be coming your way just as soon as they can make it happen, as that's the last pair of the night that will be going down the racetrack. So I hope you've had a good time here at Xtreme Raceway Park. The Pennington Brothers Affair is always a very nice event. Passing out lots of American greenbacks and hosting a whole lot of socializing as the bracket racing community comes together for an outstanding weekend. Just happens to be the 4th of July this year. Had to move it on account of Mother Nature, but we put it here on the 4th of July weekend, and I think it makes a good fit. So one more pair left to run, and once Ty Farmer and Stephen Hughes cool and fuel and bring it back to the staging lanes, we'll be ready for them at any time. So we can put that last one in the record books.
yourself loose. Cause a little trouble, don't shed a tear. Keep that sunny smile from ear to ear. And baby, cut yourself loose. I was mesmerized by your eyes. Keep me up every night. Keep me up
One pair left. Mr. Farmer, Mr. Hughes to the staging lanes for this final round in the duck class. Duck finalists, Mr. Hughes, Mr. Farmer to the staging lanes now. Been a good weekend. We started off on Thursday with a $5,000 warm-up race. Russell Marr collected that $5,000. Runner-up was Ty Farmer, and here we are on Saturday afternoon. Got Ty Farmer in another final round, this time in the duck race. Somebody's getting that $3,000 top prize in the duck race. Junior dragsters have had 3 races. C.J. Roberts and Jaylee Jones got a win. Adelie Ferris and Jaylee Jones. In the next final round, Jaylee runner-up in both of those. Austin Hammers took out Lane Swift in the junior dragster final today. Yesterday's duck race went to Russell Marr with a win over Bruce White. The 20K race went to Corey Neighbors over Curtis Stevenson yesterday. Bree Bandamere Herman got the win today over Colton Wheeler. No box went to James Asbill over Lucas Thomas yesterday, and Jake Howard got the win over Justin Cervantes today. Final round of a great weekend is at the starting line right now. Mopar versus Chevrolet, Hughes versus Farmer. 549 and 641 the dial ins. Farmer on the right side, going first with the lane choice and the higher dial. Last pair, last class. Green lights both sides. Will finish it on a high note. And across the finish line, the wind lights on the tower side make it a Mopar 551, 121.85 miles an hour to a dead 3, 641 for Ty Farmer. Stephen takes 6 at the starting line, goes dead on with 2 over with a 0. Been seeing that 551 the last few rounds. Congratulations, runner-up in your duck race, Ty Farmer, and to your mighty duck of the day, Stephen Hughes. Well, race fans, that's going to do it. If you've got some loot that you won at the races, be sure and check in with them at the pavilion at the Ladies Lounge. They'll be happy to get that money to you, and we will settle up and take ourselves home. Thanks for being here. Be careful and safe in your travels. And as always, remember, be kind, be well, be smart, be awesome. Happy 4th of July. We'll see you next weekend. Bracket racing at Xtreme Raceway Park next Friday night and Saturday. You know what they say, be there. In this case, be here. Good night.